Good day. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Oh, do you know what? I forgot my cup of tea. Disasters. Hold that thought. Be right back. It's the important things in life. Left it downstairs. It's probably the strongest cup of Earl Grey tea you've ever had now, because it was in for a while. Hey, Kevin. Oh. Yeah, I need to do a badge upgrade. Oh, wait. Are you the first 24? I think you might be the first 24, cool. I think you might be the first 24. You might well be. Exciting times. The big reveal. I'm gonna have to give you another chase now. I have to get more made. Might as well use up the rest of these tokens. Yeah, I swear, honestly, when Hell Hades leaves the his office, chaos ensues. We see an Ash for King Arthur. Who knows? Who knows? I do have King Arthur video coming. What are we fighting here? Let's just set it up. Shall we use her? For the fun. I've been busy whilst I've been offline. You know, I have done a bit of grinding. Oh, it might be cool. I need to double check. You already had Treat Scat. You're not having another one. Have I got He-Man? No, I haven't. I might not. We'll see. See how the vibe takes me, you know? Not really worried about that. Honestly, I think I just want to get rid of that. No, I pushed yesterday's stream to today. I was just feeling a bit tired. I'm still a bit tired, to be honest. I've been dozing all day. Any tips for Riho for getting Shogun team fast? I just realized I can do it with the early stage. Yeah, I can show you my new one. Now that I've got Lamasu, I have another. I kind of have a new team, which is kind of cool. Let's do the 50-50 then. Okay, never mind. We're going to get polymorphed. I don't know. Let's see what we can do. All right. Well, we got rid of the stone skin. I'm going to lose to this one because I'm just not paying attention. I have a cat that's complaining right now. Didn't bring a reviver. Honestly, I'm finding Mikage hard to use in Arena. I don't... To the point where I'm almost like, I kind of regret building her for Arena. I don't think she's that good. I'm finding it to be average at best. Because there's just so much stone skin in the arena that it's just useless. She can't do anything against stone skin. So, that's my experience so far. I'm also finding our mans to be pretty bad. That is just a bait to pick him. I've had treats. You're not having any more. Fine. Have a few more. I did one pass of a Lamasu. I'll do my own pass at her when I have more time to... I'm still waiting to book her up. Yeah, this is not looking promising right now. This team is just... See how it goes. It's just that stone skin really hurts our mans, and I'm starting to see stone skin everywhere. Literally everywhere. Like here, like I can take two of them, but it'll just get cleansed. So I'm a bit like, my best bet is to do that, to throw that, to get rid of at least one stone skin. Try to get rid of the Marius before Carnage gets turn. Take the Marius passive out. But block revive is a big risk at the moment. From this, I'm just going to block revive my Carnage and I've lost. Right, okay. So now it's just a case of, can I CC them to death? Which is going to be hard because of affinity. And then I can't even... I'd have to kill him twice, so we'll see. We might get lucky. She'll change form. And then CC me to death. Oh, that's going to help. I kind of don't want to use that right now. Get rid of the buffs there. They're quite slow at least. Problem is, am I ever going to kill? I really need to be killing her. Let's take her out and put her in sheep mode. Yeah, I haven't had a legendary book either. This will be good because it'll just basically... To be careful because I'll get a revive. There's nothing I can do about that. Let's put you back into sheep. Slow down. So I'm going to get double revive. So now when I kill her, I need to make sure I got the A2 up instantly. Revive happens. Give the turn. Take him out. Oof. This is so dirty. That man's can do this. It shouldn't be possible. Oh, weak hit. Well, if in doubt. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's not easy to do because you have to make sure you get lucky with the RNG and you put in the right sheep and killing people in the right order, but yeah, like... I'm just using up a few of my leftover tokens from trying to get the 5 chests. I was trying one more time to get the legendary book, so that was what I was going for. Honestly, I'm finding more and more value with Carnage. Carnage is the one that I'm using more, and the Mikage I thought that would be really crucial, I'm using less. So... Wait, am I fighting the same person again? Oh, I hate it when it does this. There should be an unwritten matchmaking rule that you don't get the same person back to back. Just an unwritten one. He's probably going to ban our mans after that trauma. Hydra is really balanced. I basically build an auto team. I used to be one of the strongest, like, pro manual Hydra players in the entire game. Everyone else is like, yeah, we build auto teams. I'm like, no, it's meant to be manual. I am now building auto teams in Hydra because I just have no enthusiasm for the game mode. Since they've killed the Teox team, it's ruined pretty much any fun that I was having, so that's what I'm doing now. Boom. Dun, dun, dun. No more freezes. Only thing is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to jump. Maris might kill me. Oh, yeah. I gotta revive. The point of picking Rotus was to stop the one shot. Ah, man. I'm actually waiting to see what I get from Primals tomorrow. If I get an interest in Mythic for Hydra, then I'll build that one for Hydra. If not, I'm just going to stick, like, I don't know, a random AoE decreased defense and weakened champion in the lead position and just run the most safe auto team I can. How fast is Shujen? She's like 380 something. I put all my fast gear on Mikage, but why have I got the same person again? Oh. So, how do we feel about 3 matchups in a row? Does that feel like good matchmaking? No. Freaking stupid, like. I need to redo all my champion tags because I've changed which arena champions I'm using. I'm going to lose whatever happens here. No, it's the stone skin that's the problem. It's always stone skin that's the problem. Basically, I win if I can make sure Fenax gets a turn. As long as Fenax gets a turn, I win. Because I should be able to just take out... I say that. That was a mistake. Soul throwing into Marechka. Kind of rough. I've lost. GG. No, I'm going to wait. Wait, I have to do a minute wait now. Right, I have to do... No, I can wait and wait. Benzo gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, Benzo. I really appreciate it. Make sure you give a thanks to Benzo if you got a free gifted membership. Oh, for the... I even waited. Is there no one else playing Live Arena? Is there literally no one else in the world? Literally no one else in the world. I mean, I like the trials of Cal killing, but this is ridiculous. He's gonna ban my Marius. I have the same problem, though, which is how do I get rid of Mesamol before it one-shots my team? Now, I've got 2 damage dealers here. Carnage will be a problem. I was hoping for a bit more than that. Thanks, Marichka. Real great. Oh, that was a legendary. This is why you don't have Evil Eye anymore. You should never have Evil Eye anymore because of this exact reason. I mean, this will hurt, but it won't one-shot me, probably. If it does, it'll be like, maybe Mikage. But I've got a shield and increased defense and strengthen. Yeah. Thank you. He'll transform, but it won't make a difference because he's still going to have Enfeeble. So, I'm alright. Oh, how should all do this? Man alive, can I just get some control? Holy mother of all that is in the world. Right, take this out. That blocks that revive. Let's stop this. Take those buffs away. I mean, I probably shouldn't have done that, because if I'd used those buffs, I could have block revived again, but it's okay. Okay, well, I won that war. Now, can we not have the same person again? Please. It's even, okay? We're 50-50. I won one. He won. Like, let's just call it evens. Please. Not again. Primal's tomorrow, Kevin. Not today. I'm waiting. Primal's tomorrow. Please don't. Please don't. Anyone but the same person. For their sake and mine. For both of our sakes. Thank you, Benson. Benson, you have saved us. Oh. Okay, well, the 6-star, like, right out the bat, it's not great, but it's fine. Oh. Nora. Last pick's gonna have to be a DPS. Could be Carnage. He's in Stone Skin. It has to be Carnage because he's in Stone Skin. I saw him going for a slow team. So I picked a hybrid option. I knew that was going to happen. But it's fine because as long as we can get the burns going. Oh, wait, I can't because he's got Marichka. Forget about Marichka with burns. It's fine, actually. It's okay because I can switch form. It's not over yet. Boost. That cleanse is going to be brutal. It's going to be a brutal cleanse. It's a brutal cleanse. Okay, that was nice. That was even nicer. Now we can burn. And then we can... I mean, I could switch form, but right now I'm going to do that. Spread everything across. Put you to sleep. I'm kind of at risk of just like getting one shot. Because even though the Taras hasn't got his abilities, he can still do a lot of damage to me. That decreased attack's not great. Go like that. This is why I'm using Carnage a lot. He's very strong. Like I'm using him a lot more, and I'm finding him far more valuable. I don't know if Lamasa really helped, but actually having the reset into like just being able to cycle abilities quicker is better there. He's in Stone Skin, so I can normally get a turn with him, G-Man. And if I pair him with Marius, I normally get the Enfeeble spreading. His counter-attacking is actually kind of abusive. One of the things we might test tonight, which I want to test out, is Feral and Protection spread effects to see if they work. I want to see if Feral is working on debuff spreading, potentially. I want to see if we can work out how to do that, so... Am I enjoying Lamasu? I built her yesterday or the day before. I was pretty out of it the last 2 days, to be honest. I've been very, very tired. Okay, so... we can just lock the Ancora in. Like, we can lock the Lamasu in as well. For utility. Is it worth being best gear over Siegfried and Jorgen? It depends on your soul, Carnifex. Just because Carnage is squishy, but he does get strong as you get more souls. They're going slow again, see, so... Unfortunately, I've got the wrong... kind of support with Ancora and the preferred Sulfurion at this point because I'm going to have to burn, but I mean, at least don't have to worry about the passive. If he's 5-star, yeah, Carnifex, I think he's really good. Just because of his A3, it's so dominant at the moment because there's so many problems. And because they protect the debuffs as well, they are insanely strong. So, we can just switch form here now. Try and get some... Okay, we didn't get fear, but I mean, he's got nothing, so he can't do much. He might be able to kill her, but yeah. And this counterattack is why I'm saying he's very strong in arena, because he just chips away at people. My Lamaster's not booked yet. That's why she's got long cooldowns. I'll wake him up. Well, that was unfortunate. We resisted the A2. We resisted the block passive skills. Well, that was unfortunate. I should have had her A3 on. I missed playing this. It's probably okay. No, it's not. I'm in trouble now. I'm in trouble now. It's going to one-shot my Carnage. Oh, it didn't. Why didn't you do that? That was silly. Why didn't I switch form? That was silly. Oh, never mind. There we go. Switch form. Please don't weak hit. Double weak hit. Ah! I literally am losing because of double weak hit. What did I say? Please don't weak hit. All right, and CC time. He's gonna one-shot me. I lost because of double weak hit. And because I didn't get a block passive skills. But I misplayed because if I'd used Mikage properly, I would have had it increase accuracy and it would have landed, so it's on me. I can't really blame the systems when I didn't do it properly. Because had I used Mikage's A3, he would have had increased accuracy, he would have placed block passive skills on Mikage, and then Mikage would have died and I would have killed the Wukong. So it's kind of all my fault, so I can't blame anyone else. Because I would have been dead regardless one. He would have hit me really hard. You got to understand, Carnage without a soul is super, super, super squishy. Like, super squishy. He will just die. He's got like 800 defense base. It's really bad. Hey, Chloe. How are you feeling, Chloe? Are you back from the dead? Or are you still dying on the sofa? Yeah, I finished the thing, so I've got one more free regear to use, and then I'll have 40 from the Synchronis this month, so. Still marinating to death. Wow. Rip. That's a fair point, actually, Matas. I didn't really think about the fact I may have killed him. I was just thinking there's no point swapping health, and if I hit one, I block revive. Like I said, I misplayed anyway, so. Because I should have used Mikage's increased accuracy before I used A3 on Marichka. So, in essence, I messed up way before we even got to that point. Would you say that Kaima's still relevant in Arena? Yeah, absolutely. Speed teams. I mean, his A3 is an impressive speed boost. Right, what's the best thing to get rid of here? Honestly, Sleeper OPR BS. Well, that's a bit of a problem. He took my speed team away. I might just get Siegfried banged. We'll see. I'm waiting for Primal tomorrow. I have been pulling Ancient Shards. I've saved all my Sacreds for the Summon Rush. So, but I'll pull all of my Primals tomorrow. I got like 26. Is it a good idea to build Hegemon or Astralon? I mean, Hegemon in Live Arena does kind of force a bit of a ban. It's one of those things like Tormin that if you pick the speed team, you kind of have no choice unless you know you can get around it. It's very difficult to avoid. I should cut in with Marius. Alright, let's strip some buffs. This is what I'm afraid of. Will he just one-shot me? It's hard, though. Whoa, see. The only hope I have is to kill this. I haven't got enough damage. Oh, I didn't have to do that. That was my only hope. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Finished on at least a win. Right, what I want to do right now before we do anything else is I need to re-tag champions that I'm no longer using for Arena. Like, I'm not using you for Arena. We'll just put a favorite on you. I rarely use you for Arena anymore. Or you. Or you. Or you. Or you. Or you. Okay, then what I want to do is I want to tag you. So I can find them, because I keep having to go looking for champions I'm using regularly. It's kind of annoying. See, I didn't even think about using Gurgo because he's just not tagged at the moment. He could have been used. Like, I can also use Pythian as well if I wanted to. Because he's built at least. I think that's all I need. Or we can throw him in there for Arena build too. Cool. Yeah, so Lamasu, I built her up. She's not perfect yet, but we did get this piece of disgusting boot. Right. We did get this. Yes. This is quite strong, if I don't say so myself. It's probably one of the best boots on my account. And we got her into a resistance chest. It's not so great. We got a triple speed HP percent here. Obviously, I need to like rework this into something better. It's not really what I'm looking for. Like defense is what I'm looking for probably, but it's not the end of the world. We also have this, which is an amazing shield. And then we just got some good resist pieces. Resist banner, high resist amulet, stone skin. So we've gone for 4 pieces of stone skin, 1 piece of righteous, and 1 piece of feral, just because the boot is pretty good. Because I want to kind of use her in Hydra, and I also want to use her in Arena. Now, she's a difficult champion because of this passive where she just never gets debuffs. You don't really want pinpoint, and feral's not really that good because you don't really put out much debuffs. I mean, you put 3. Feral's a pretty good shout. You put 3 debuffs out on all enemies, so you'd get 15% damage boost. It's a pretty good shout to potentially consider feral, but you need the amulets and the accessories, and like I have the amulets, but I don't have the banner or the ring, so that's not possible at the moment. And feral for her, unless it's like 9 out of 9 feral, it's not worth it because you don't need to care about polymorph, right? You're immune. You're absolutely immune. So then you go into, okay, well, if it's not feral, it's not pinpoint, we're not going to put her into damage build, so merciless is out of the question. What about something like protection? Well, she only does intercept. So it's 1 buff. It's not enough. So protection bonuses, although it gives you speed, is not worth it. The build that I tried with Green Virus's Lamasu was in Supersonic. Now, Supersonic is pretty good because she does do a fair amount of turn meter filling, right? She does do a 50% turn meter fill on the A3. So she is going to be filling a fair amount of turn meter. That does mean it's not a bad set, but it's not rising to the level where it's so OP it's worth having. But I would, if I had better accessories in Supersonic, consider that. But I would not sacrifice stats for a set at the moment. So therefore, the next best thing is just having Stone Skin, right? So that you always make sure that you can't be damaged. Because the only thing that can beat Stone Skin really, really hard right now is Polymorph, and she's immune. So I'm pretty much guaranteed with this build that I will go first once I finish maxing it out, right? Still a bit squishy at the moment because we haven't really got this maxed out. This 5%, this could be a better stat. This could be HP, this could be HP. This can roll up more, this can roll up more, and this can be resistance. So her current build at the moment is 318 speed, 723 resistance. Resistance is really important because you don't want to get CC'd, right? As long as she's free to take a turn, she's free to reset and give people turns. This is what makes her extremely strong. This ability here is the big kicker. So, yeah, she's 723. I've put enough Axie for Hydra, because she'll go into my Brutal team probably. And then we've got 318 speed, and then just some good defensive stats. Masteries-wise, I've gone for a Resist Arena build. That's the way I've gone with it, right? I haven't booked it yet because I'm going to wait for CVC naturally, right? CVC's on Tuesday. I'm waiting to do that. But what you can do, right? What you can do is this. She's now gone in to change my Sand Devil team. I was using Teox in this position. Now, the problem with this is if Riho, for whatever reason, missed a decreased defense, then Teox's damage went down significantly against this boss and I would fail. So what we've done now is we're using Lamasu to effectively give me another max HP, and it is pretty good. The only issue I've got at the moment is I can cut an extra turn out if I just speed up the entire team. But because I want to run her effectively at sort of 318 speed here, I need to make sure that Newt is effectively 319, and Cornelia is 320, and Riho is also 319, right? I need to speed up all three of these so that Lamasu goes after Newt, so that Lamasu refreshes Newt. But I have to speed them all up at the moment, and I haven't got the gear right now to basically get Riho into 9 out of 9 Feral, which is why I want to re-gear her into. But you'll see how strong it is. It basically will just reset Newt. So it's much more consistent than what it was before. But I can get it on a 7-second, right? If I simply just like remove the banner off of her, you'll see what I mean. I can basically, like, if I just remove, where is she gone? Here, for example. If I just remove this for a second, and we run exactly the same team, if I just change the AI here to basically not open with that one. So if Newt is a little bit faster, the 50% turn meter fill, that cuts it down by a turn. I can probably get it to cut it down even further as well, because I can adjust the speed ratio so that Cornelia is... Newt basically jumps up Cornelia, so I can get it to a guaranteed 7 turn. Before it was a sometimes 6, most of the time 9. I can get this to a guaranteed 7 by just running Lamasu's speed setup correctly. So that's what you can do with Lamasu when you get her. Very, very good for this. What if Cornelia misses sleep? I mean, you wipe. It is, unless you've got Siphi, there is no other option. Really, there's very few options. I think there's like one team that maybe works without Siphi, but effectively, it is more energy efficient for me to lose a few times and do it in 8 turns than basically do it in like 88 turns and guarantee it 100%. It is what it is, so. What's the minimum Axie resistance you want? Minimum in arena is probably 800 ideally. Like, this build's good, considering it has no blessing, right? And this has not got resistance. When I put resistance on here, 29, I could leave this as defense, but if I wanted to, I could put both on 29. That would get it to 800. Then she would get a blessing as well. That'll give her another 75. This is why the build's pretty good. Still a bit slow, but it's pretty solid. When Sulfurion places burn, Kevin, it activates the burn at the same time, and when you activate burn, it destroys the shield better than any bomb. So that's why Sulfurion is like S tier for Arena, because you can destroy every stone skin. What about Adlin? I dropped Adlin because she does decrease speed. No, she'll still 3%. And she doesn't, look, she doesn't attack. It's not an affinity issue, it's a 3% issue. So, that's the only reason why I'm doing it. Yeah, well, Mikage has to take a turn. Spotted duck. Mikage has to take a turn, so I can basically do this with one turn. Yeah, I'll show you Narcissus now. It won't do it 100%, Elixir. I'm not a big fan of the new Mythical, but I think I need to play it to be certain, so... No, Resistance Meta is not dead against Armands. And I don't face many Crixias, and when I get to Goal 4, I don't care until they fix Goal Live Arena. Because I'm not fighting Mythical... I have one Mythical champion, other than the 3 ones. I got 3 Mythicals. I can't fight in that meta, so it doesn't really matter at that point. How much does Sulfurion need? Probably like 700, 800, but you can always pair it with an increased accuracy, Kevin, like Mikage. Just use Siphi. I don't have Siphi. What can I do? Oh yeah, thanks, JB. Yeah, it's pretty good, this. So yeah, when I get it set up perfectly, it's going to be a dream. So... And then from a Hydra team perspective... Yes. Are we, Has YDDS come in yet? No, not yet. From a Hydra team, I'm obviously killing my Brutal team. Right? This team here is getting killed. I'm not using this team anymore. It's dead. It doesn't work. They've destroyed the Teox teams. So I'm just going to build something like this. I just haven't decided what my DPS is going to be yet. That's all. I haven't decided what my DPS is going to be. And you might be wondering, why am I using Ancora? It's basically the best reviver for this because I can reset ability cooldowns. I'm trying to build a full auto team that is not going to do crazy damage, but it's going to do enough to basically get me some some competition, and I don't ever have to worry about it failing. I don't have the power of a Sulfurion, so we have to go with Ancora instead. I mean, they're not dead, but they're just nowhere near as good, and I just can't be bothered with it. So they've just ruined all the fun from Teox teams, and I just don't want to play it. You can't maximize it anymore. You just basically, like, Teox goes and hits someone. It's like, cool, whatever. So I'm just trying to find someone. And the reason why I haven't done it yet is I'm waiting to see if I get a Mythical tomorrow. Because if I get someone like Nell, I might put Nell in here. If I get someone like Toshiro, he could go in here, for example. No, it has to be someone with AoE decreased defense and weaken, really. So that's the only thing here. It needs to be someone with AoE, decreased defense, and weaken. Which is why I can't use Rathalos, for example. So. Someone wants to see my Narcissus. Narcissus, I just got him to 4-star. So he's in a sort of a lethal build. I'm still trying to get a better amulet for him. I kind of give up the ghost a little bit waiting for his amulet, but I need to get a better amulet for him. You can see I got much better feral gear and night revs, which is annoying. Ideally, I just need a crit damage amulet with a lot of HP flat, which I haven't been able to get yet. So, but yeah, he's just in this kind of lethal build. He's in 127,000 health, 241 speed, bit slow for, like, I haven't rebuilt him in 7 months. He's a bit slow for the current arena meta, if you ask me. But he still hits hard. He's just a bit slow. You know, I could switch this to speed, for example. Just masteries then. Just Helm Smasher. Oop. Can't really see there's a light in the way, but Helm Smasher. So you could replace Tiamat. No, because what Tiamat gives you is burns over Poison Cloud. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to build a team that physically that can't lose. What's nice about my Nightmare team at the moment is I could run this over and over again. It might fail every so often, but it's very hard for it to fail because everything is placed, everything is good, everything is safe. So by using two Messiah, I get some damage and I also place the burn. So if something bad happens and I don't get Lamasu's block buffs out, then I can burn over the Poison Cloud, and I've got a permanent fear solution. I've got the best provoker that I could possibly have with some hex and some healing. So I have like heal. I think she does a little bit of... Does she do a little bit of healing? No, she doesn't do any healing, but she does a lot of shielding. So I've got healing, provoke, hex, torment solution, burn solution, block buffs, decrease attack, decrease speed, a cleanser, and someone who can just basically revive if something goes wrong. I was thinking about Krisk, but then I wouldn't have Hex. I could bring just the Krisk that I've got here, which is a Hex. But again, the big difference with Krisk is he's not a 2-turn provoke. So this is a 2-turn provoke. So she is better for that thing. And Krisk doesn't bring any healing, so then I would need to bring some form of healing probably. Which is why I'm going on Archer, because Archer just gives me a lot more stability and healing and stuff. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't really have increased speed in the team either. So this is why I need to see who the last spot is going to be. Like, I was thinking about Lydia, but then I was worried it lacked a bit of damage. But, I mean, who really cares about damage these days? Two Messiah's built pretty strong. Because I had it for the event dungeon. So Tua Messiah is built to a pretty high standard because I was using it in the event dungeon. Using some of my crazy feral gear that I have been able to acquire. But I haven't rebuilt this dude yet. He's going to need to get rebuilt. And I think Nergigante Arch is okay. I'm pretty sure Nergigante Arch is okay. Oh, she lost her shield, but, I mean... That's fine. I just need to rebuild her a little bit. But that's probably what I'm going to do, and then I'll use Lamasu's A2 in Hydra. Block buffs, decrease speed, and an A1 decrease attack. And then whoever's the leader will just get permanent CD resets as well. So, going to be very good, I think. And that means I have 2 full auto teams, and then I have the option to flex into a Trunda hard team when I need to push for the clan. So I've got a pretty stable set of teams. It's going to get 4 to 5 billion. It'll do the job. Right, it will do the job. And we have a bit of a linchpin here. Like, where is my current team? There you go. Like this team here, I've nuked Mikage's protection build a bit. Still does really well, so... The mythic boots. I got super lucky with the boots. It only took me 500. But the chest took me a lot. The chest did take me quite a lot. Yeah, they're only ever available during a summoning event. The Unity Champions are. Right, so you'll only be able to get the Unity Champions in the summoning event. Oh, let's see if we get anything from the Ancients. I've been pulling the Ancients. I doubt it. Nah, I need decreased defense and weaken, really. Like I said, I'm kind of waiting to see what I get from the primals, if I get anything interesting from there before I can commit. So... I think Lady Annabelle is... no. Yeah, I will be pulling tomorrow. Legendary book. Yeah, I must be close. I must be close. I don't know if I'll get it in 26, but I have to be close. I haven't had a mythical since Garrel. It's the only mythical I've ever pulled is Garrel. So I'm sitting there thinking, I've got to be close to Mercy at this point, surely. I'm hoping. I'm hopeful. If you have Vizug with the new guy, the new fusion, is obnoxiously strong, I think. Very, very good, right? Because Vizug is going to place a burn and poisons, and you get this passive here, right? HP burn and poisons deal for 30% more damage, right? You increase the damage dealt for each burn on the target, and they can't be removed, stolen, or transferred. And you have this other thing. Where is it? There was another thing that he does. Oh, yeah, this A1. So he activates, right? It attacks all and he activates. So basically, you use him and you use stock because stock will basically bypass block damage. Yeah. So stock with the Vizug guy is very, very, very good. And it's been purposefully designed because if you notice, the big thing that someone said to me the other day was, oh, stock the broken here doesn't place burns. I'm like, yeah, he doesn't, right? You see, he activates poisons and burns. He destroys HP. He places poisons. If they're under burn as well, he'll place weaken, right? He's increasing the duration. But who places the burn? Vizug. Vizug plus stock the broken is a very, very powerful combo. Because this will bypass Marichka. And this will annihilate those teams. Because it will just do so much damage. And then you can fill out the roster with whatever you want. There's quite a lot of different options in here. Like you can bring a Gurgo for damage. You can bring Gizmak. You know, Gizmak, Vizug, stock. Pretty good. It will defeat Marichka. Gizmak, Vizug, stock. Gets you 3 bonuses. Which gets you increased speed on all allies when he uses this A3. Increase the duration of all enemy debuffs and buffs. Heals all allies. Heals them by an additional 2% for every enemy debuff. He also gets increase in the damage for each burn. HP burn poisons. Very, very strong. I mean, even better if you can find one more somehow. If you can fit one more Ogrin in here. And I don't know who you would pick. I don't know who you would pick to go with him, because then once you get past Gizmak, Vizug, and stock, it gets a little bit lean at that point. I mean, you can bring someone like Diamant, right? Diamant can come in, do some work, but I mean, he's not crazy strong. We've got Togron here, not really an arena champion. Obviously, always got Grizzle, but he's more of a go second. You don't really want to go second. Bellatar could be a reviver, but again, he's kind of a go second. He's not really doing much speed. They had this crackling guy. I think this person is just useless. I don't even know why they added him. So yeah, I don't know where you get like the last one. I mean, maybe a Jeroboam. It's not terrible. Right? Aura from stock, Vizug, Jeroboam, Gizmak. Oh yeah, Gurgo's the aura, of course. Yeah, Gurgo. Of course, Gurgo, stock, Vizug, Gizmak. What am I thinking? So you just build like a super fast Gurgo. Gurgo, stock, Vizug, Gizmak, and it's pretty much a very nasty siege team. Very, very nasty, so. Yeah, 100% Drayden. I agree. The only thing is poisons can be a bit problematic, Drayden, so just be very careful about overfilling the provoke head with poisons. That's the only thing you need to be careful of. Because you will put a lot of poisons up with the 2 of them. And you could end up just like overfilling the one head that you need debuff spots. No, but you can use Stock's Aura. Quicks. So you just use Stock's Aura as 20% all battles. It only gets beaten by 24 and a 25%. And it's like 21%. Like you're talking 5% Aura. So you can just switch out Stock. Still use the Gurgo. What I was saying is that's a very strong siege restricted team, right? If you basically put Ogrins in, you put Vizug, Gizmak, Stock, and Gurgo, it's a pretty strong team to try and beat. It's going to be hard because you can't really boost. There's not really a huge amount of turn meter boosters in this faction. So you can't just boost and get yourself out of it. Jeroboam's kind of the only one, and maybe Shadowbones for dropping. But you look at all this option here, there's not really anyone that can just boost turn meter. So you can counter that team, though, a little bit with this. Right? This is kind of a strong counter to that team, but not if you have the third bonus. Burns and poisons cannot be removed, stolen, or transferred. That's why I'm saying if you get 3, it's kind of strong. Is it worth having 2 stocks? I don't know. I will say without Vizug, stock is not as good. With Vizug, stock is really, really good. That's why I would say my recommendation is everyone should have gone and got him. Even without that, it's a pretty good poisoner, so in some content areas it will be good. Deathbell is annoying to fight in Arena, in Centranus, but he's not like super crazy. It's a pretty good turn meter fill, I guess. The A2 is pretty strong. This is a pretty strong. Bell's Toll's pretty good. It's just a bit limited, you know. I'd rather bring probably Jeroboam for the turn meter boosting. Because at least with Jeroboam, I actually get like some healing and shielding, and I get like this passive effect that he's immune to sheep and other things, so. Hey, Stein. Where am I at? I've done all the siege, done that. Let me just do my clan boss. Boom. Have I done this one? No. Nice. I think I've done all our factions. I'm just checking daily count before we get into things. No events going on at the moment. Done everything for the fusion, I think. Done Spider, done Champion Chase, done Tag Team Arena. So I am on right now 45 stock fragments, which I think is the maximum. I believe that's the maximum. Did I finish Amius? Yes, I have. In fact, well, I mean, there is an event tomorrow, so there's primals tomorrow. Boom. 101. Where do I stand? Ooh, number 3. Not bad. YYDS is nuts. What is the fastest now? 633. Jeez. It's insane. Basically beating all those stages in 630. But so that's... He's averaging 6 turns a stage. And each stage has a minimum of 3 turns. That's efficient. That is efficient. We'll get a chest next turn, which is great. Trying to get this soul. Be lovely. But and let's just get my other key done. I don't know. Let's get some silver, shall we? I'm sure we can do this with less champions. Who wants to take the killing spree? Let's see. Gwyneth, there you go. I actually need to change Gwyneth now over to Crushing Rend. We got a 6-star Gwyneth soul. Oh, has she got? Have I taken gear off of her? I probably have. Oh no, she's just in a weird stun build. She's not in a super high damage build, is it? I take her off. Oh, she's okay. It's just not crazy. Gwyneth is actually super good if you can stack debuffs, because this will do true damage. So if you can stack her A3 with debuffs, it will do true damage. Very strong. Yeah, she's probably built in a set at one point. How many have we got left here? 85. So what's like 2 more days to finish this off? To get myself a pointless chest, probably. Right, so obviously I'm out of the loop a lot in terms of I haven't done a lot of videos on the new content. It's been kind of insane. But this new mythical champion, I kind of want to talk about it for a moment. I don't know if I think this guy is good at anything. I'll be honest, I'm struggling with this guy. Let me just change this. I didn't get Volcanos, no. Just move myself over here. Like, the first thing... Do you know what the first thing that comes to mind? Why do I need a dissertation in Raid Shadow Legends to understand how this champion works? It's so much text. Like, it is so much text. Use Dragomorph. Dragomorph or Rathalos, I would say. They're more dedicated for that area. Yeah, so the reason why I'm not so sure. So I kind of like Necrosis this, right? What's this Necrosis thing? Does it tell us what Necrosis does? I kind of like he's got something new, you know? Yeah, it does tell us, right? So, I actually kind of like this new thing, Necrosis. It's kind of a cool debuff. It basically helps you win the fight if you're killing someone. They can't just like permanently have like one person dead, but you can easily remove it, right? So it's a revive. Your revive counters it, but losing a champion is where it starts hurting. It's not broken, but it's decent. I kind of like it. So that's the one positive. Is I like this debuff. This A1, so AoE, it destroys each target's max HP by 3%. So you need to do 10 A1s. Also increases the duration of one random debuff, but it can't resist if they have Necrosis. Okay, so, I mean, one random on an A1 is not bad. Destroying max HP is good for something like Scarab. And in Arena, I guess, but... What does Necrosis do? So, if one of your characters die, every time one of your characters takes a turn, they take 5% enemy max HP. When you revive someone, the Necrosis stacks are removed equal to the number of people that you revive. So consider it effectively a tax for losing one of your allies. Right, it's a tax for losing one of your allies. And the other good thing about destroys each target's max HP is it's not based on damage, it's a flat 3%. There's quite a lot of champions that do destroy a max HP, but it's based on the damage they've dealt, like 30% of the damage you deal. So invariably, it's not very it's not very powerful, you know. How does he activate it? When anyone is killed. He doesn't. There is no activation on necrosis. The necrosis happens when you take a turn. So if you have necrosis on, you take a turn, you lose 5% of your max HP. Think of it like an upgraded poison, like a poison effect. It's effectively what it does. It's one poison. I don't really like True Fear. I still think it's a weak debuff. Decreased attacks, great, I guess. And it grants an extra turn on a 4-turn cooldown. Fine. Attacks all enemies, removes stone skin buffs, and places them with True Fear. Now, unless it is actually hard-coded, this will still 50-50. Because the only thing that actually fully 100% removes the stone skin is polymorph, sheep. He's not placing sheep, he's trying to remove stone skin. So, unless they've coded it to be like 100%, which I doubt, it's probably 50-50, this means that it's terrible, because effectively you're replacing a 50-50 with a 50-50. They've confirmed, have they? Well, then it's terrible, because they've replaced it with a 50. They've got a 50-50 going into a 50-50. So the chance of this being desirable, which is like I get rid of the stone skin and the True Fear activates, is like going to be like 25% every, just 1 in 4 chance is really low. And then he does like what Amius does. He switches buffs, which, you know, it's great, but I mean, he's going to get polymorphed to heck. Now, the only thing I would say, if the buff switching is a different coded effect, he won't get polymorphed. So the way that polymorph works is based on very specific ID entries in the way that the game works. So if you think placing a debuff is a specific ID, stealing a debuff is a specific ID. If they've coded this to be an effect that is not in the list of the polymorphs, then it's a very strong possibility that it won't get polymorphed. Same problem with the Feral set though, Seastein. Feral set works with the application of a debuff. So if he's not actually applying a debuff, but rather converting buffs, that's different. That will be a different effect. Will Feral still apply when you're converting debuffs? I'm not sure. We'd have to see. Then steals 5% of each target's turn meter for each buff converted into debuff. Also decreases the turn meter of all enemies by 20%. It's quite a lot of... It's a lot of turn meter, right? Imagine they've got 3 buffs. It's a 35% turn meter drop. And you can't resist if you have necrosis. So here's the problem, right? If you don't kill anyone, you need accuracy. He's going to be a support based on this form. And all the debuffs are not desirable. I actually think this form's trash. I don't value this form at all. I can't imagine any situation where the unmaking is valuable to you. It's on a 4-turn cooldown as well. I can't imagine any situation where you'd want to flip debuffs. You're either going to want to remove them, or you're going to want to place them. Very rare do you ever want to flip them. So I don't think this form is a good... I just don't think it's good. You know, I just don't think it's a good form. The alternate form, I think, is better. I think this is better. So, block reviving an enemy on an A1. We got a new Phalanx. And it's a HP Phalanx. And it's a Force Phalanx. This is something I think will work nicely into Harimas. Why is removing better than flipping? Because I'll tell you why. This is why removing is better than flipping. Because what they invariably have done is they've gone, well, how do you place debuffs if they have no buffs? This is the biggest problem with Aileel for me. Yes, he doesn't do much damage, but his A3 doesn't do anything if they have nothing to remove. It's going to be the same problem. So effectively, this guy, if you have no buffs out, he can't place any debuffs. So in my book, it's better that I have someone that can place the debuffs and remove rather than have someone who flips buffs, because flipping depends on the enemy having buffs. And how do you know that's always going to happen? You don't. Right? It's a very difficult realization. What I'm trying to think of is, as a player, if I was to build that base form, where can I use it for success that it's going to be powerful? And I don't know anywhere in the game right now where it is powerful. Where would I put it? I can't think of any one place. Now, it might be something in Chimera, potentially, but right now I can't think of it, you know? No, so but what I'm saying is, if they don't have any buffs, he doesn't do anything. That's what I'm trying to say, is, do you know what his A3 will do? If his A3, if they have no buffs, it's going to attack all enemies and drop turn meter by 20%. For Mythical. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. If there is no buffs on the enemies, ignore all of this middle text. All he's going to do is attack all enemies and drop turn meter. I've got epics that can do a better job than that. This is meant to be like the champion you get out of the new Chimera boss, and he's not even rising to the level of a legendary. And necrosis will only happen if you kill someone. So his base form is like a true fear for 1 turn and a decreased attack for 2 turns into an extra turn. I mean, we got Mashaled that can do better jobs there with damage. You've just given us Lamassu. Lamassu can do a better job here. The A1, okay, destroys max HP by 3%. Great, but I mean, it's not like that's a huge valuable thing. I just don't think his base form does anything. So, well, he won't be because he's support. His base form will have no damage. Look, he's support. So, yeah, I agree. The first form is just a lockout. Now, alternate form. Okay, alternate form I'm a little bit more interested in. A1 block revive is amazingly good. It doesn't work against the skeleton dude, but it's very good. And it's also a conditional extra hit. This is Phenax. We effectively have a HP-based Phenax on the A1. Now, it's a little bit more niche because you need necrosis. But it's a force-based HP. So this means it's going to be very good into magic champions. It's going to suffer against Wukong. It's going to be great into someone like Harima. But it's good for that affinity, you know? The A2 is a bit of a weird one. In no mathematical equation will the A2 be more valuable if they have less accuracy than you. So you want to build no accuracy on Embrys, which is going to be hard because he's mythical, so he's going to get a lot of accuracy from the soul. But ideally, you want the enemies to have more accuracy than you, because ignore defense is always going to beat double damage. In almost all situations. In almost every situation, it's going to be better. The only situations it's not better is if you probably have less than 2800 defense. See you later, Dredgen. That is the only situation where double damage will win, is if they're less than 2800 defense. Now, if you put decreased defense, probably it's not a problem. If you put decreased accuracy with decreased defense, pretty good. But I don't think it's such a problem that it makes him terrible. It's just to note that ideally you really want to avoid stacking accuracy on him because you want to get the ignore defense component. Because if you get this 50% and you have Merciless Cruel, you've got 90% ignore defense base. So He-Man, I mean, if you stack up He-Man's A3 will hit hard, but Rotus hits harder than him on the A3. So I think there's accuracy in his attack multiplier. I still wouldn't build accuracy on him. I'd rather the ignore defense. I wouldn't build accuracy on him. I don't really... I would just... Like, even Carnage, for example. His accuracy is great, but that's only because he converts it to crit damage. All they will do with his accuracy multiplier is add to it. It won't be very strong. Accuracy in the multiplier is a very small aspect of damage. I would not build accuracy. I would just build focused on pure HP, avoid the accuracy and just try to get the 50% ignore defense. It's more valuable. Way more valuable. Yeah, he does look like Davy Jones. Because even Carnage, for example, it's better mathematically to have the accuracy for the crit damage, but not for the multiplier. The multiplier doesn't really give you an awful lot more. Then the A3 swaps HP. Obviously, we can't swap HP with the boss, so he fully heals everything. Very strong. And it's an extra turn. So this is effectively a 3-turn full heal. Each time it uses, he gets more ignore defense. This is why I'm saying you want the ignore defense. You can probably, like, not have to run... Like, you'd still want to run him in ignore defense sets for his A1. But you can get him doing true damage. It's very strong. And then we get the passive. When this champion dies, reflects damage equal to 50% of the fatal hit back, including any surplus damage. This will one-shot anyone that kills him. One-shot anyone that kills him. Because it's surplus. So if you put... This is like a hard counter to someone like Siegfried, Wukong, Baron, Trunder. Anyone who does excess damage, anyone who does extra turns like Gizmak, this is a massive hard counter because you will one-shot anyone back because he's HP based. So if you do kill him, it will one-shot. It will one-shot them. Hey, James. Whenever an enemy is killed, he'll place a necrosis stack. If the champion is about to get hit, he will preempt it. So basically, he will reflect the damage and revive himself. It's very strong. Absolutely someone who could probably solo Sand Devil if you're still struggling. I actually think his alternate form is very, very good. Yeah, but the point is you probably will do that, bring him back, and then use your life as forfeit. Right? Or pair him with an instant turn. Pair him with someone like Freya, pair him with someone like that, right? This form, I think, is very good. We can get around the turn meter problems. Cool. Because keep in mind, you're going to kill someone. And if you kill him again, it's surplus damage. Cool. So effectively, if I kill him, and then I bring him back, he's going to come back with a bit of health. If I then use my damage dealer again, that's going to do it. Now, the only thing I don't know is is this reflect damage true damage? We would need to know that, because if it's not true damage, then it won't be very good at all. If it's true damage, then it will be very, very strong. Because will I be able to mitigate the reflected damage back to me like I can normal reflect damage? I won't know. So my assessment of this guy is the base form is trash. The alternate form is very good. But in essence, that's not a terrible idea for a mythical anyway. 2 reasons. It means you can't get locked out because you're going to want to move to his other form. And the second reason, you normally only ever want to build for one form anyway. Because changing form takes a long time to change back. It's why you notice a lot of the time with Carnage, I never change his form unless I know I can finish the fight. Because I would prefer to have his debuffs from his base form. He's a similar thing, right? You'll transform him, you'll keep him in this other form forever. You won't ever change him back, so... I can read the other form passive, yeah. At the start and end of this turn, instantly activates Necrosis. I mean, that's literally saying... Now, let me double check. Is Necrosis AoE? I mean, do you know how lame this passive is? At the start of his turn, he activates 1 poison. At the end of his turn, he activates 1 poison. Do you know how lame that is? It's pretty lame. And sure, okay, you can stack it up. So it's like, okay, if you've killed 3 people, at the start of his turn, he's going to do 15% max HP. At the end of his turn, he's going to do 15% max HP. But it's not going to go through shields. And I would imagine Strengthen will reduce it. This is really, really poor. It's going to be poor. It's not going to be very strong at all. Because there's two things. It can be removed when you revive, and you've got to kill someone to begin with. I'd rather switch into his alternate form, not care about that, and just start block reviving people. Much easier. Because even if you block revive them, you'll still get the necrosis stacks, right? It's still like necrosis is going to work. This is way better. Can necrosis go in spiderlings? Probably. Wait, I don't know if... No, it doesn't apply to bosses and minions, no. Look, it says it doesn't go on bosses and minions because it would be way too strong. So yeah, I think he's going to be great on his alternate form. I just don't think he's very good on his base form. I think his base form's a bit trash. That's my opinion on him. That being said, that's only one aspect of all the news we've had, right? We've had so much news this week, I don't even know where to start. That's just the mythical dude. What I want to see now is... I'm just going to bring up the what's next video.
Hey everyone.
Hey everyone. I'm gonna bring up this video.
We've got a new expansion to Champion gear that'll add a whole new layer of customization. Live arena reworks with the introduction of these power.
Who's ready for this chaos? I am. I kind of right at the start of this, right? I'll probably do a video on this, breaking it down a bit more, but right at the start of this segment here, there is only one thing that I find negative about the new stuff they've announced, and that's going to be the Clash version of Chimera. That's the only thing that I think is bad. Everything else that they've announced I think is very good. I know some people might disagree or agree with me. I think that's the only one thing I don't like. It's the only thing.
Powerful new resources give you an insane amount of new customers.
So, what are relics? You see a lot of games these days, they have a secondary character leveling system, okay? I think in Honkai they have like weapons, in King Arthur they have weapons. In lots of these different games there's a secondary leveling system, and this is what I think Raid are trying to add here with relics. A second aspect that defines your character. Some games will basically do it like the weapon is pretty synonymous with the character. This one is a bit more like you can have any relic by the looks of it.
Customization options to suit how you play Raid. They can increase.
I do like the fact we're gonna have to play square peg round hole, right? And naturally we're gonna have a power curve. I don't know if it says. I didn't see anything. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. It didn't seem to suggest that the rarity of the weapon, the relic, was tied to the character. I'm pretty sure you can have mythical on raise if you want.
Increase your champion stats and provide abilities. New benefits that are similar to passive skills. For instance,
okay, whenever the wearer heals an ally, so this is a mythical, which we would assume is the strongest thing. By the way, speed stats, more stats. How much more powerful can you get? Whenever the wearer heals an ally with an active skill, has a 25% chance to place fervor buff. Okay, well, we don't really know what fervor does. Wearer places a 10% magma shield. Don't know what that does. For 2 turns at the start of the battle. Also places a magma shield buff on the wearer for 2 turns whenever they lose 25%. Well, I don't really know what magma shield does.
HP drops below 50%.
Interesting. This one could be quite good for like soloing content in certain places when it used to be like you would get super close and it would heal you back up.
Might enhance the efficiency of their turn meter manipulation skill.
Whereas heals and turn meter effects applied to heal allies are boosted by 50. That's bonkers. I'll be honest, the rare book here, this rare relic, is stronger than the other ones. Depending what Fervor and Magma Shield does, that effect there is stronger than the others. It's mini supersonic. I don't know why it's rare. Obviously, you get less of these gemstones, right?
Or it could enable a champion to place new and unique buffs. Sounds
Whereas next attack after killing an enemy deals 20% more damage.
exciting, right? There's more though. Each relic comes with a specific number
Oh god.
of sockets, which you can put gemstones into.
Right, guys, we have a quest.
Each relic comes with
Okay.
a specific number of sockets, which you can.
I want you all now to start preparing yourself to farm some pentagonal gemstones. I'm looking forward to raid content creators doing a video going, I got the craziest pentagonal gemstone in the world. I'm sorry, the name is. All hail the pentagonal gemstone. Could we not just have gone square, circle, triangle, like oblong? Pentagonal. Man. It's such a long word as well.
Stones into.
So it doesn't really show us what you can do here, but we can make some assessments based on iconography, right? You can kind of make a bit of a guessed assessment. Anything with an hourglass automatically makes me think ability cooldown. Anything with a padlock automatically makes me think lockout. Anything with a heart, healing. The wings will be either speed, probably, or revive on death.
Gemstones offer further improvements to relics, adding passive ability.
Okay. The wearer has a 5%... what? I have not really seen this in detail, by the way, because I've been out all week. The wearer has a 5% chance to just get an extra turn when healing an ally. Man. All right. I mean, it's not that strong. I wonder if you can stack these gemstones. Like, can you get 10% chance? Or is it 5% chance? I wonder if you can do that. It's pretty strong. I mean, it has to be an active ability as well, right? So... well, it depends, Almighty Dobie. Does it roll it per individual heal? Is it doing a 5% per ally per heal? Does it stack with Relentless? Does it stack with Merciless, right? Does it stack with passives? Does it queue it up? These are the things you have to think about when you look at these things. It's not so much in isolation, does this one thing work better than something else? It's when I put this thing with my gear sets, with my champion's abilities, with my masteries, with my passives, with my blessings, what kind of combos can I make to break the game? So, when the wearer heals an ally with a skill, the heal is 10%. That's kind of cool. Bosses deal 5% less damage. Kind of cool. Turn meter increase effects are 10% more effective. So that's what I was saying, right? You could get the book, which is 15%, and then put the gemstone on it, which is 10%. Now I'm doing 25% more turn meter filling when I turn meter fill. Then I put supersonic on. Now I'm doing 30%. And they're all multiplicative. So the reason why this is a big deal, this is why you need to check. This is why it's going to... I'm quite excited about it because I think it's going to make building champions really, really interesting. If I boost turn meter by, say, 0.25, right? Let's say I have a 25% turn meter boost. Okay. Right now, the only thing I can really do to improve it is supersonic. Supersonic is going to let me fill 30% more. Okay. That's a multiplier. So now I'm going to do this. 33%. Okay. So I basically Supersonic is making my turn meter fill 8% stronger. But now I could get the book. The book gives me 15%. Okay, so now I'm going to do this times this times this, which I think, for the sake of checking, we can just do this by that. Yeah, we can. Good. Okay, so now, that please. I'm adding 12%, and then I can add the gemstone, which is another 10%. So do you see what I mean? Why I'm saying it's not about necessarily the thing in isolation. It's the thing when you combine it with everything. And this doesn't really go into, like, can we stack these gemstones? Is this a fixed 15%? You can, it looks like you can, there's stars on these things, right? That you can level them up. Are we just leveling stats? Are we leveling something else? I don't really know. But you see what I mean? Like, we can convert a 25% turn meter boost into a 41% turn meter boost by using a couple of rare pieces. That's what you need to look when we're looking at these things. 30% becomes a 50%. It's pretty strong, right? You effectively are going to get almost near enough, you know, double. 50% more. Well, you're getting 19%, so you're getting 50, like, it's going to go up a lot. Right, so you're effectively getting 64% turn meter fill. And that's where you got to look when you combine these, right? Can we combine lots of things together to make them really, really strong? Now, there's a balance problem to this in the sense that how do you make sure that every champion is balanced? Which is a bit like not a problem. And the reason why I say it's not a problem because Raid's balance has been out of whack for months, right? Years. So if you're not going to balance the game, you're better off subscribing to Chaos so that you can have more extreme balance measures rather than the one. The biggest problem with Hydra Clash isn't Trunder. The biggest problem with Hydra Clash is it's only Trunder. That there wasn't an alternative. There wasn't one that could do it like Trunder. If you had 7 different OPs like Trunder, we wouldn't be complaining as much because there's different options. That's what I'm saying by subscribing to Chaos. If you're not going to balance things properly, then make it more chaotic so that there are more opportunities for you to find new ways to make things work. If you try to have like this weird scenario where one thing is super OP and nothing else is OP, that's when game balance is at its absolutely at its worst. Because it means that everything is all eggs in one basket. Whereas if you lay out lots of crazy baskets and all of them are really OP and crazy and strong, then you're probably going to get a better experience and players are going to enjoy it more. Like Arena, for example. Arena was dying before Live Arena when it was just Taras Marichka, Taras Marichka, Taras Marichka, Taras Marichka, every single fight. And when we're fighting Armands, what is everyone going? Armands is so OP. Armands, right? It's boring. But if you had 12 Armandses, 12 different Armandses, you'd be like, well, you can bring Armands, but I can counter with this. And then I can counter with that, but I can also bring this. It's like you're not so stressed as a player. So I think this is okay, because I think what they're doing is they're introducing so much into this that you're going to find new chaotic ways to break the game. And it's not going to be that one thing is just stronger than other. Eventually it will get like that, but hopefully they've got plans to make sure that it doesn't happen and they do fix anything that's utterly egregious, because no doubt something in this system, they'll have made one thing that is so stupidly broken they have to bug fix it. They'll have made one thing, because whenever you introduce something like this, there's always one thing you've overlooked. But I actually don't think this is a bad thing, because if you add more chaos, it means there is more OP-ness, which means that the game is more balanced, right? You're just basically putting the balance in imbalance rather than making one thing super strong. I hope that made sense, somewhat, to my thinking.
Abilities into the mix. There's a ton here.
The other thing to note as well is their shapes. And when we looked at these weapons, these relics, where was that first screen? Not every relic is going to have the same shape configuration. Which means that you might want the magma shield, but then that means you can never get the triangular effects. But if you actually want the triangular effect, then you need to make a decision. So your decision making about how you build these relics is really, really deep. It's not just like blessings. One of the worst things about blessings are you don't really have choice, right? When we look at a blessing, we kind of go, okay, is it 6-star? If so, Crushing Rend, because it's way stronger than any other blessing. If it's not 6-star, then okay, does it place debuff and do damage? Yes, Nature's Wrath, because it's way stronger than any other blessing. And then if they don't put it, then it's either Heaven Cast or Cruelty, right? 70% of the blessings we never use. When we look at blessings over here, I can look at this and go, okay, let's see. Never use this one. Only frequently do I ever use this one. Never use this one. Don't really use this one anymore. Don't use this one. This one is now power crept out, not very good. This one, it's very, very niche 1 or 2 champions. Don't use it generally. Yes, this is very good. We don't really use this because it doesn't work unless you're 6-star. This now with Marius is losing value. We don't really use this. This in one fight only. This is a duplicate of this, of the other banner. We never really use this one. This is okay, pretty good. This one has limitations. So when you're choosing your blessing, actually you run out of options very quickly. You kind of go, well, okay, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to pick the default. And anyone can pick anything beyond those. And especially if you go down the rarities, when you get to epics, your choices get limited and limited. What this system is going to do is still limit your choices a little bit, but it's going to limit on choice. So you can choose how you limit yourself, because if you want this effect, well, you're not going to be able to have the square. But if you want the square, then you're going to have to choose a different effect, right? So you're going to have choices.
Abilities, new benefits. Here's some finer detail. We want Relics to open the door passive of your place, and so much more. Ability gating incoming damage to a chance at hitting twice with the default.
Whoa, what's this one? Right, okay, let's see. Let's go back a bit. Okay.
Into the mix. There's a ton here from mitigating incoming damage.
The wearer receives 5% less damage from single target attacks. These are great passes, by the way, because they're effectively an extension of the mastery system.
Damage to a chance at hitting twice with the default.
Oh my god, that is obnoxiously powerful. Are you reading what I'm reading up there? If they have any form of crowd control, you have a 10% chance to repeat your attack.
Skill when attacking enemies under crowd.
50% more damage when counterattack is okay. Oh, that one's a good aim. This one's a good carnage one.
To a chance at hitting twice with the default skill when attacking enemies under crowd control debuffs.
The wearer's damage increases by 1% of the total accuracy. Great carnage one that is. This is what I'm saying, right? These will be very cool to build because you're not going to have like one relic fits all. This, super good for carnage. Because you know you're going to build some accuracy on him. Well, we can get some bonus damage here, right? I don't know how they convert 1% of their total accuracy. So what's that? 700 becomes 7%? That's pretty good. 4%. It'll be 1% of the 100, so it'll be 4%. It's pretty good.
And so much more.
It'll only be direct damage, though. Keep that in mind. It won't be bombs. It won't be burns. It'll be direct damage hits.
Abilities from relics and passive abilities from gemstone.
We know that one.
Together. So you can mix and match them to create bespoke champion combinations that suit your playstyle. We want relics to open the door for awesome new team combinations that can take on Talaria's toughest challenges. So now you know why you're going to want relics. Here's some finer details about how they work. Both relics and gemstones come in different rarities you're already familiar with.
Okay.
Rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. However, gemstones will come in different shapes: circular, triangular, square, diamond, or
pentagonal.
Gemstone will only fit into a socket that is the same shape. You can't force a circular gemstone into a square socket. Relics are a little bit more complex in that they have a rank and level that can be upgraded to make the relic more powerful. But raid, bro, how do we get them? Great question. The Forge make the relic more powerful. But raid, bro, how do we get them? Great.
Oh no. Oh, that is going to take a while to do these epics. I mean, That's telling me, well, two things to note from this screen. Ability level. That tells me the ability is going to get upgraded when you rank this up. Which means we have just been looking at everything on base. So does this 10% go up to like 20% or 30%? Where does it go to? Second thing, you need 4 of these at 4-star to get it to 5-star. How accessible is it going to, like, it's going to take a while. It is going to take a very long time, depending on rewards. Obviously, I don't know how much you get from different things, and I think you get these resources from Chimera, from what I understand, but it's going to take a very long time to rank and level how to max out a relic is what I'm thinking. How long is this going to take? A long time? Like, I've got 500, like, whatever, it's like 200 champions. How long is it going to take me to get relics for them? Okay, I don't need a relic for every single champion, but you know what I mean, like.
Question. The forge will be your main source of relics.
Okay. So, look, Chimera. We get Chimera materials.
Crafting materials available in Live Arena, the clan shop, and other areas of the game. Each crafting material for
They're absolutely going to sell these. They're going to sell these resources. You won't earn enough from Siege, Clan Boss, and Clan Shop, and Live Arena. You're not going to earn enough. I'm kind of getting... I know why they're doing it, but I'm also exhausted by it. They've realized the only endgame content that is meaningful is Live Arena, Siege. And they're now tying all of the new stuff to just that content area. But, like, if you don't want to do PvP, you'll never get these relics. Ever. Except for Chimera, I guess. So...
for relics belongs to a specific group and can be used to craft specific relics. Crafting relics will be different from crafting other gear, though. We wanted to keep up the customization, so we're allowing you to mix and match the crafting materials you use to craft relics. Mixing materials will affect the type and rarity of the relic you'll receive, and there's no limit to the rarity and type of materials you can combine when...
Do we not feel like that's kind of like going, you can craft 3 and 4 rank stars, but you'll never do it, you'll just craft rank 5 and rank 6 with rank and rarity charms? Like, that system where you can have, like, dynamic rarity chances is kind of irrelevant. Because aren't you always going to want to have the highest possible mythical chance, so you're only ever going to do it with 4 mythicals? Right? I mean, I suppose there's some math you can do in terms of, like, combining the rares with the legendary so that you don't waste your rares. So you always have a chance when you use the rares, like, to distribute it with legendaries, maybe? There could be something there. I'm just trying to think how it would work, right? So, for example, you wouldn't want to put all of your legendaries in, because what are you going to use your rares for? Because you need the legendary in it to give you a chance for legendary. But is it just simply better to burn your rares as normal and maximize your legendary chance? Because we saw this when they put the mythicals in, right? 2% chance when I use 1 mythical with my rares. But if I throw the mythic all in, I'm going to get a 20% chance. Like, why would I ever do anything other than that? Why would I ever use a mythical with a rare? You wouldn't. Because you're just sacrificing probability. You're simply going to save all of your mythicals, and that when you can do 4 in a row, you're going to do the 4. Obviously, if you want the rares, then you would just do 4 rares. I feel like the system is actually not super good, you know? I don't feel like the system is... Like, they're trying to make it sound like the system is cool and clever, and I feel like the system is basically not that... like, it's not relevant. Well, no, it's not even about math, right? You're just never going to want to sacrifice probability. So what I'm saying you will never want to
type and rarity of the relic you'll receive, and there's no limit.
do this. Why would you ever want to use mythicals in this manner? It's like pulling them. It's basically saying you would pull the primal shard when it's not ×2 mythicals. Why would you ever do it? You would want to maximize your yield. So I'd rather save all of my mythical stuff and just do 4 mythicals in a row to guarantee that I'm going to get either a mythical or a legendary, rather than waste 3 mythicals and have a, you know, what's this? 40, near enough 50, 90% chance that it's going to be not mythical, and a 50% chance it's not even going to be legendary. So, in essence, the concept is kind of cool. The reality is you will never do that. You would never do that, because if you want the rare one, you're only going to put 4 rares. If you want the mythical, you're only going to put 4 mythicals. You would never mix and match, because it doesn't make sense to. You're just wasting probability. You're throwing away the chance of getting it. You're consuming materials at a lower rate. You're basically summoning ancient shards outside of a ×2 ancient. That's what that system would do. No, I'm saying you would still want the rare ones. Just, you can just do this. Right?
From crafting other gear.
If you want rare, you just do that. That's what I'm trying to say, right? If you just want rare, you do that one. And if you want the mythical, you do that one. Why would you ever do it any other way? Right? Surely. You would never do it any other way. What if you want Legos and by mixing in... Well, if you want legendaries, you do 4 mythicals. Or you would put 4... I think what you'll find is you will just do 4 legendaries, 4 mythicals, 4 rares, 4 epics. You'll never want to mix and match. Because there's no value. There's literally 0 value. I mean, you might want the effect that's rare, Das, right? There's this common misconception that sometimes... Like, Crushing Rend, for example, is the best blessing in the game. It's an epic blessing. It's not legendary. Don't assume that because it's rare, it's going to be worse. It might be the best thing that there is. It could be for what you want to build your champion with. It's the best gemstone. It's the best effect. I don't know. But I don't see this. I don't see the point of this system anyway.
Find when crafting relics. Keep an eye out for a dedicated guide coming soon where we'll go into more detail.
Like here, why would I want to use legendary and mythical materials and then I have a 1 in 3 chance to get an epic relic? Why would you ever do that? Right? Because if these mythical oculuses or whatever are that hard to get, you would wait. You will save until you get 4 to guarantee you a legendary or mythical. To guarantee it. Because I'm still having to use 2. This is literally designed to make... This is going to sound terrible the way I'm going to say it. This has been designed for idiots. They know that people who will just click buttons and then they will use it. That's what they're hoping for here. They're hoping that people won't clock on to the fact that why would I ever do this? Because this is bad. This is terrible. You just have why would you ever waste your mythical materials to get an epic piece? And what they're doing is they're basically hoping that people won't pay attention and just click buttons because it's exciting. And then they burn their resources and then it takes them longer. So, no, don't get me wrong, Matt, but at the same time, I just think it's really dumb. They basically have designed a system that people will be disappointed with because they didn't realize they should have saved their mythical fragment things. Because there's literally no value in doing this. Like, imagine you pulled, right, a sacred shard. This is effectively pulling a sacred shard and getting an epic. That's what this is. It's pulling a sacred shard and getting an epic. How bad is that? Rough. This is the, if you looked, by the way, this one here, this 50-50, it's the type of relic. Look. If we go back to this screen, look how the relic's got an icon. So what it's basically saying, it's a 50% chance to get this one is standard and a 50% chance to get, what does that say there? Chimera. So there's going to be standard relics and chimera relics. So what it's saying is the resources, when we do this, is there's basically a 50 chance it's a chimera one or 50 chance it's a standard one. But this is what I'm saying, right? I would rather wait and basically... Wait, hang on. Yeah, so here, right? Just wait for 4. Guarantee yourself a legendary. 4. Unless you need 25, which might take a while. So maybe it depends on the availability of these materials. But even then, I feel like it's going to be like primal shards. You just hold on to them, wait for that ×2 window, and then go in when you have everything. So you get the guarantee that it's going to be good. Right? The guarantee that I'm going to get a mythical and legendary. I think that's what I'm going to advise people when I do my video on this. 100%. You don't burn resources outside of a guarantee outcome. There's just no value to it.
When crafting relics, keep an eye out for a dedicated guide coming soon.
And I should say, I do understand what some people were saying there. It's like, oh, well, maybe someone just wants to have fun and play the game. Absolutely, that's fine. You can do that. And I suppose you might get lucky and get an 8% chance. I just think it's really poor that you will use mythical. Like, you'll basically use half of what you need to guarantee yourself a legendary, and you could end up with an epic. Stupid.
About crafting relics. Moving on.
I mean, we don't know what the drop rates are.
We're making some tweaks to Live Arena, starting with the introduction.
Right, okay, so this is what I said they need to do. I said this literally from day one. If you go back and you find the video that I did on Live Arena when it first came out, probably on the patch notes, I basically said that Live Arena would die because people will end up in Gold 4 and they can't get out. It might take 6 months, it might take 12 months, but that's where we're at now. Everyone just ends up in Live Arena Gold 4 and they can't get out, and it's a horrible experience. I said that was what would happen, and it's exactly what has happened, and the only way to solve it was seasonal-based content. If they do this correct, it will save Live Arena. If they do it badly, Live Arena will never recover. Because Live Arena right now, I think, is at that precipice where it's got to the point where it's unplayable for a lot of people. And they need to do something about it. Because forcing people with more rewards is only going to force people to quit the game. It's not actually going to force them to play the game mode if the game mode itself is poor. And there's just too much poor matchmaking in Live Arena. It's just not going to work. So what they need to do this right. How do they make seasons relevant? First things first. Season probably needs to be like 2 to 4 weeks. Max. Right? You don't want it to be so short you don't want the season to be so short that it's like Platinum Reset, because you haven't got time to adapt. And you don't want the season to be so long that it becomes boring. That's the first thing. The second thing you do is you put some form of kiss curse into the season model. And what I mean by that, right? What I mean by this is what you do is you go and you say, for this season of the Strife, any champion from the Nasirian unit is going to deal 10% less damage. Any champion from the Galian Pact is going to do 20% more damage. As a basic example, right? You could have, for example, bomb effects are 35% less efficient. You could have, for example, champions with stone skin will receive 1,000% more damage. So what are you doing? You're basically changing the experience for the player in Live Arena. And you're forcing them to go, okay, this is more interesting. I should build them in this way. Now, the only way to make this work, though, is they have to do something about the silver economy in the game. Because it's too much expense to make it work. So to make Live Arena fun, they have to add these these rotational aspects, because otherwise you're going to have this constant thing of 5 mythical champions just win the game. You're not going to get away from that. So the only way you can do it is to make this rotational, seasonal vibe. And the only way you can do that is to fix the silver economy, because it's too expensive to play the game otherwise. If you fix the silver economy, and this is how you also fix account storage. The biggest problem right now is it's too expensive to gear cleanse accessories. Make it cheaper. Go across the board, 25% reduction of upgrading, 25% reduction of gear swapping. Flat. Go across the board. That's what they need to do. They did it in Siege. Another thing that I said they should do. How do we save Siege? Go in, and I said, the words I basically said was, change the repair cost and gut it. That this needed to be a 90% plus reduction. And what did they do? 95%. Now, Sieges, I'm seeing more bonuses being used, towers are being upgraded, the game mode is being interacted with, and they also gave us more florins. That's the biggest problem with Live Arena that you'll have. To make it interesting, it has to have some sort of bonus power-up. Kiss Curse. These champions are really good this season. These champions are really bad this season. New season comes along. These champions are now really, really good. The meta of the old season is really, really bad. Cool. Why is that fun? When you get to endgame and the highest levels of arena, it's more compelling to find the solution to new arena challenges rather than the problem of, I just need to build more stats. That is what the fun part is. But to do that, they have to fix the silver economy because it's too expensive right now to play the game. Like, just to upgrade a few accessories. We'll do it now, right? I need to do it. I've got no space in my inbox. I need to go through here and I need to see what's going to upgrade. So I need to go, okay, is this going to roll speed? How much silver did this cost me? This cost me 84,000, okay? It did roll speed. Let's see if it goes to 12. It's now cost me basically 400,000. It's a triple roll. I'll keep that one. Great. Let's try this one. How much did this cost? This cost me 408,000. It's a terrible banner. I'm not going to keep it. How much can I sell it for? 25% of the value. So I'm not even maximizing my gear. The cost to go to 12 on accessories is about 25%. That's your silver economy problem. This needs to be more like 50%. So I'm not getting punished. So these three things I've said ages ago about the silver economy to fix. Problem one, do a 25% to 50% reduction of the upgrade cost and a 25 to 50% reduction of the swap of the selling difference, right? The swap cost you can kind of, I think like gear swapping is okay at the moment because they've got a lot of different options. But I basically said reduce the gear swapping cost by 25%, reduce the upgrading fee by 25%, and then increase the amount of silver available across the game by about 10%. Just move the numbers. You don't need coding to do this. I can do it in a day. I could literally go into all the static information. I could fix the economy in a day because we're not changing systems. We're just adjusting numbers. And right now, the silver economy's got out of control because we have to keep so many more accessories we would not normally keep, right? We have to keep so much more. But that's how you save Live Arena. You basically have about a month-long season. It'll have a boon and bust kind of vibe where something is really good, something is really bad. Those things then will change every single season, and it means that you always have reasons to build various different champions. One of the good things about Cintranos is you are forced to use champions you wouldn't have used. One of the bad things about it is in some cases they went way too extreme, but the concept is good, right? The concept being, oh, in this situation here, I have to use my brain to figure out the best balance to do it. The problem they did with this was they just went really, really extreme in some stupid situations, and they used systems to try and make it hard that didn't make it hard. It made it frustrating. You don't have the same problem in Arena. You can have really cool concepts, right? You could do something like the damage enemies receive while under debuffs increases by the amount of damage on the enemy team kind of vibe. That kind of stuff. It's like, okay, well, if I've got a debuff, like a differential. So that means that debuff season is in. Great, let's bring more debuffs. You could have, for example, when an enemy removes a debuff, they actually lose turn meter. So it becomes like a, okay, well, how do I get around that? Okay, block debuffs is much more important this season. Who's really good for that? You could have HP-based damage dealers deal 25% more damage. Okay, it's the season of HP-based damage dealers this season. Let's build some of those HP-based damage dealers that I've never used before. That is what'll save it. That's how you do it right. Now, how you do it wrong, and how Raid might do it, every month we put you back down to the start of Gold 4 and you start climbing again. That is not the solution. If they do that, it will be death. It will be bad. Because people don't want to just get reset and have to fight the same ridiculousness every single month. But that's what I would do. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea either, Nevin. I wouldn't be against them changing the upgrading so that it's a fixed fee either. So you have at least a bit of consistency. It's terrible when you upgrade a banner and it costs you like 3 million silver and the next one costs you 50,000 silver or something. So yeah, you could have, for example, the bonus of Incinerate is doubled for this season. So you're like, oh my god, I've got the best burner. I've got this guy is going to dominate this season. And then if you just let that happen overall, people will be like, oh, I'm fed up of fighting Gizmak, right? For example, next season you would go, hey, HP burns now heal everyone in battle. So you just basically make HP burns terrible for a month. But it's fine to do that. And the reason why I say it's fine to do that, you're not making burns permanently bad. You're just doing it, you're giving it a timeout. And that's what is really good when you do these modes is you're not destroying a champion's value. You're just giving them a timeout so people can explore different options and use their roster. So that's how I would do it, but we'll see what they say.
Of seasons, a rework of the gold tiers to give players a different type of challenge. Before you get to gold tier, though, we're increasing the amount of points you gain per victory.
You're going to fly up to gold tier. This is the problem, right? If they don't get these seasons right, you're going to be getting into the nastiness very quickly.
Silver tier, and decreasing the inactivity penalty to just 1 point per game.
I mean, this is pointless.
Gold tier, though, that's it. You're in the big leagues and can't drop out again. As for the changes, Live Arena Gold tier is becoming a seasonal league. There'll still be regular rewards like 2 new variants.
No. We can't support variable sets. We cannot support. We don't have capacity. We literally don't have space for more variable sets because we have to collect them for every faction. It's like basically saying, oh, hey, we can't solve the accessory inventory problem, so let's just go make it worse. If you can't solve space, don't add more problems until you've solved the space. Oh, jeez. It's going to be horrible. If they fix inventory at the same time, it's fine, but...
Variable gear sets and materials to craft relics. Details are thin on the ground right now, but you can expect a more detailed update highlights video in the future when we're ready to release this feature.
So just to give you an insight of how much time these features are going to be, I think the Chimera boss is very quick, very, very soon, because whenever they do any of these like skill set launches, you think back to when Hydra was done, they kind of leaked the skills and then the boss was in the game in like within 2 weeks. I think Chimera... And if the Chimera is giving you Relics, I guess, then Chimera and Relics are pretty imminent. I would say very, very soon. What's next normally cover a maximum of 3 months, which means that Live Arena seasons will be in the next 3 months. For sure.
Next up, we're talking about quality of life updates, and we're prioritizing feedback from the community to deliver a few things that should help you save time in Raid.
Okay.
The first feature we're working on is background multi-battles. With so much to do in Raid, we're giving you the option to run your multi-battles in the...
I need to see how this is going to work.
With so much to do in Raid, we're giving you the option to run your multi...
Okay.
Battles in the background while raid is open. You'll be freed up to sort your artifacts, test out new gear combinations on your champions, and handle other account logistics. Off the back of that, we're also working on enabling...
So this only works if you can actually do background fights while fighting something else. I don't actually know how much I would use this system. Like, I don't actually know where am I going to use this system. Like, okay, I could be running a dungeon while gear cleansing. That's literally the only use case for this. That I would be running a dungeon whilst gear cleansing. That's the only use. Like, unless if we can do arena whilst running dungeons, fine. Otherwise, I don't see the point of it. Right? Yeah, that's it. If you could do other content, fine. But if you can't, don't really see the use of it.
Handle other account logistics. Off the back of that, we're also working on enabling super raids in the campaign.
Let's do a poll here. I'm already... Let's do a poll. This is a great poll. Anyone want to have a guess? Because I know what the answer to that's going to be almost instantly. Instantly, I know that's the answer to this question. Like, because that's what I was thinking about was, okay, where is that really useful? Well, everyone has to do 500 campaign runs in a month. And sometimes I'll get it done pretty quickly. Sometimes I won't. But if I can do 250 runs in Nightmare, that's actually pretty good. That's a pretty good time saver. I actually think super raids are one of the best time savers in the game. I don't see why we can't have ×3 super raids. Like, let me use my Doom Tower keys in ×3 if you want me to. I don't see why not. It's costing me the same amount of energy. If you're trying to save me time, just give me 3 times. Simple. It's literally very little coding because the system is already there to give you 2, so just give you 3. It's not hard. And now all of a sudden you've halved the amount of... You've basically taken another third of the time that I need to spend in the game. Wow.
Imagine running Nightmare Stage 12-3 in the background with super raids.
They don't play... There you go, my friends. My friends.
Raids in the campaign.
This is why... This is... Who runs stage 12-3? Nobody runs stage 12-3 in Nightmare. Everyone knows you run stage 12-6 because the defenses are 25% less. Even they don't know how to play the game. Tut, 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 tut.
12-3 in the background with super raids enabled. Wow.
I don't really know how you can say it's a pay-to-win solution to have super raids in campaign. Like, how is that a pay-to-win solution? You're spending the same amount of energy. All it is doing is saving you time. So you're either going to spend the same amount of energy over a longer period of time, or you're going to spend the same amount of energy on the smaller period of time. I don't really understand how any super raid could be considered pay to win. Now, if you don't have enough multi-battles, different argument. But then super raids is actually really good for you because you can use less multi-battles with super raids. If anything, it's an improvement. It's more free to play. Energy waste per level. I don't understand how that's... You would just take it off one. Like, you would just run it a certain number of times, Francis. You might have to do a bit of optimization, but that's the same thing as running 7 things 7 times. You're just going to run now super raids 3 times and 1 non-super raid. Like, I don't see any negative. No, I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying if you have super raids and you only need to run it once, you're going to waste your energy. Yes, but what I'm saying is you just simply maximize the opportunity by managing it yourself. You wouldn't just put 500 super raids on and go, oh, well, it broke. right? Just like I do right now. I'll run Nightmare campaign till they're like 19 and a half, and then I'll go to a hard campaign and run it once. That you're just able to do that half the time. There is literally zero negativity about super raids, in my opinion.
Getting your artifacts ready for your newly up.
And it's actually what I've been pushing a lot more for. I don't like instant battles. I like super raids. Because with super raids, your team matters. The reason, like, I get why we had instant battle in Clan Boss. I understand it saved a lot of people's time, and I'm not saying it's a bad system. But fundamentally, instant battles kills the game. Because you're not playing the game anymore. You're pressing a button. It's a spreadsheet. Right? Once the team works once, I've never looked at Clan Boss, the fight again. I've never seen the Clan Boss in like 6 months. Because I just press instant battle. It's killed all Clan Boss content. Nobody... When's the last time you saw a content creator in Raid Shadow Legends give you a Clan Boss video? So, whilst I understand why it was added, and I understand it was a good time saver, I would prefer the more super raid options we have, the better. I'd rather ×3 super raid. I'd rather the time being spent is on ×3 super raids than making more things instant. So, why can they add relics into the game but not more gear slots? Because of visual load, Das Universum. Okay? So, visual load. When I load, right? When I load my gear like this, I'm loading all of the artifacts in one go. And that is 1,500 objects. Technically, even more when I have equipped. 4,000 objects. But when I go to my skills, I'm not loading my artifacts anymore. That's how they can have more relics, but not artifacts. Because the artifacts add to one pot. The relics will be in a separate pot. Programmatically speaking, right? If you think of a database will have a table of champions, a table of artifacts and accessories, a table of skills, a table of masteries. They're just adding a new table that isn't adding to the same table. So that's why they're struggling, is they can't technologically solve the problem, which is fine. This is why I said, I tried to change it, it didn't change. Sorry, I meant to say like this, right? When you're loading this, you're loading so many pieces of gear and items. You can see it lagging, look. You can see it's literally lagging. It's struggling. That's why they can't increase the storage. Because they can't add more capacity. That doesn't mean they can't solve the underlying problem of storage, which is it's too expensive to gear cleanse. So I either have to be extremely brutal and not even check if something can roll and I feel bad about it, or I have to basically farm a ton of silver to check my gear. So, yes, understand why. You know, I can appreciate that they will say, okay, I don't have the technological capacity in a 6-year-old game to be able to make this work now based on the problems. Because what you've got to understand is if they need to upgrade those components to be able to support more space, that isn't just upgrading with no gear. They can't just reset everyone's gear. They have to then think about the migration. They have to think about maintaining old accounts, legacy accounts. What happens if an account needs to log in to make that transfer happen? It's actually much easier just to add more capacity than it is to actually redo the thing if that system always had a bit of a limitation. And you've got to remember, it's a 6-year-old game, right? So you every game after this period of time is going to start accumulating tech debt that you're not going to be able to deal with without potentially having to spend a lot of time. So if you can't solve that problem, you can solve the reasons why I have no space. And the reason why I have no space is because it costs me too much silver to gear cleanse this. It's too expensive. And I'm getting so much variable sets given to me now from loads of different places. Hydra Clash, Siege, Live Arena, pinpoint accessories. I'm getting it from Forge Pass sets. I'm getting it from Clan Reward. I'm getting it from so many different places that I don't physically have the silver to keep checking these pieces are good. I also don't have the systems to be able to find the pieces that I need to keep. So if I want to basically go, do you know what? I only want to keep accuracy pieces with speed. Okay, cool. I can find the ones with speed. How do I find the ones that don't have speed? So the ones that I don't want to keep, I can't. So what do I have to do? I have to go through and click on every single piece. I have to go like this, this, this. And it's too much time and effort. Now, we've solved that on the optimizer. Don't get me wrong. We've got lots of different things, and that's why we built those things. But you also need to partially level them up, right? And that's what I'm trying to say is they can solve the actual problem, which is the economy. That's, for me, the biggest problem right now with the gearing situation is the economy is too expensive. So if they solve that, that will be great.
Upgraded champions. Sweet, sweet synergy. Finally, we're working hard to bring instant battles to...
I'm interested. Do we think this is going to work for people? Now, I think it will. Because I'll be honest, I've run my Nightmare team on auto now since the rework. And if I can just pump some instant battles in, so I can try and check how much damage I can get better, it's actually going to be kind of good. Because, I mean, it will kill the game mode fully, but it does mean that if you've got an auto team that does have a little bit of like, okay, it can go wrong, the last thing you want to happen is like get 30 minutes and you have to start again. That kind of solves this. You just kind of keep instant battling and regrouping until you're done, right? Until you find the number you want. It's kind of good. Exactly, Matty. I mean, it's a bit dumb. It'll break it might even cause bugs, I'll be honest, because it might be too much server transactions if you're constantly doing it. I would imagine that's why they haven't put much detail here, because they're probably thinking of the server infrastructure problems. Because what you got to remember is when you're playing the game, all the instant battle is doing is running a simulation. It's still creating a file. When you open a battle, it creates a file, and that file logs every single action you take. This champion used this ability on this head, it dealt this much damage, it placed this debuffs. This champion used this ability on this head, it dealt this much damage, it placed this many debuffs. That's why when you hit the turn limit, you have that lag, because what the server is doing is it's sending a humongous text file to the server to validate that you didn't hack the game. And it's sending it over, and the file is big because you've taken so many turns in battle. So they're probably going to try and have to figure out, if we're doing it instantly, how we don't make that instant battle feel like a 10-minute, like, wait. Oh, I got this much. Redo. Wait. Will the volume of submissions to the server crash their servers? Because it could be that the server receives so many files that it can't validate it quick enough, and it would require a bigger infrastructure potentially. So I would imagine that's the biggest thing they're going to have with this is, how do we make sure we don't break our game doing this?
There's not much to say yet, but keep an eye on the news. We'll share something as soon as we can.
But I mean, it will solve all the negativity of Hydra, because people will just find a full auto team and forget about it, get their 1.2 billion chest and move on.
And that's not all. We've also got a rework of the market.
Okay, so a rework of the market. So they're putting the Mystic Market and the Soul Merchant in one, but it looks like exactly the same system. They've moved the Bazaar from Tag Team. Okay. This is kind of like what I suggested, but not quite the same. About 12 months ago, I suggested that the market should basically become a black market bazaar kind of thing, and they have tabs for every type of reward you get. And they've kind of done that, right? I basically said, get rid of the tag team arena, get rid of the sort of different shops, and just make one shop with one currency that I can earn from the game to centralize some currencies. So they haven't really done the centralization of currencies, but they have done exactly what I thought they would, what I suggested, which is to just put everything in one place. So I don't have to go to 12 different buttons, and I can have one market for it. But it depends if they've upgraded this market at all, but it doesn't look like they have. Yeah, I know, right? But
market improvements to gear upgrading.
Okay, this kind of answers what I said. I wouldn't trust this mode, though. How many of you are going to trust this? to work properly and doesn't accidentally sell your entire gear. I ain't trusting that. I am never trusting that.
And auto selling and more coming soon, so stay tuned.
This is good, by the way. But again, if there's no sell all button, pretty awkward. Or is it only for forging? Oh, that's fine then. As long as it's only for forging. I wouldn't trust it otherwise.
And now comes the time to meet the star of today's episode. Please welcome the one and only, the Chimera. The Chimera is Talaria's third clan boss.
He looks amazing though, right?
And its den is a dangerous place for would-be heroes who go in search of treasure. First things first. This isn't anything like the Demon Lord or the Hydra clan boss fights. In fact, it's not.
I mean, is it? For it to be nothing like the Demon Lord and Hydra clan boss fights, it shouldn't have a damage counter that you have to work together as a clan to beat and you won't get chest rewards. I mean, it's a different boss fight, but I mean, to say that it's nothing like the other bosses is a little bit,
Not like anything we've ever done before, but more on that later. Our hardworking artists and modelers spared no time for work too during the fight. There's the ultimate form. As 4 forms, it'll cycle through during the fight. There's the ultimate form, the ram form, the lion form, and the viper form. Each form comes with awesome visuals.
So, I did a video on the first form, the viper form, and there was a reason why I didn't do any others, because I felt like it was effectively pointless, because all these things were doing, they were just listing every buff and debuff in the game. And we didn't know the context. It was basically like saying there's a torment head, there's a mischief head, there's a different head, but we haven't got the context of consumption, exposed neck, digestion, and those things, which is basically what defines the fight. And now we're getting that. So basically, we're going to be fighting one of the forms at one time in the fight.
And its own set of unique skills, which will require a special approach to handle. Here's how it works. The fight always begins with the Chimera in its ultimate form, and it will change forms every 5 turns on a preset rotation.
I thought this would be the case, because when we were looking at the skill previews, it didn't have a cooldown.
You'll know exactly what's coming and when, so you can prepare accordingly. We also didn't want this fight to drag out, so after 65
This is a good decision, by the way.
The Chimera will escape, ending the fight. What makes this fight really stand out?
Okay, so let's do the math, right? Let's do the math. Simple math here. So, Chimera. We start in Ultimate, and then it's going to transition for after the 5th turn. And then it's going to go to a form, right? So it's going to go to Ram form. And it's going to be in that form for 5. And then it's going to transition again.
Against the other clan boss fights are the trials. Each of
right?
And its own set of unique skills, which will require a special approach to handle. Here's how it works. The fight always begins with the Chimera in its ultimate form, and it will change forms every 5 turns on a preset rotation.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, every single form had a transfer metamorph into ultimate form. So it should mean like the Ram form's metamorph is to go back to the ultimate form, which is going to be 5. And then that's going to go into another one. Now, if they're saying it's a preset rotation, it's going to be something like Lion. Or like just Viper. I don't know what the other ones were. That's 5. And then it's going to go Ultimate, 5. Then it's going to go Lion, 5. Ultimate, 5, right? And it's going to do this 65 turns. So how much are we up to here? So that's 35, right? So we're going to keep doing this. Like that, right? So that means you're only going to fight one form twice, right? Because if we basically just do count if, oops. That. You see where I'm getting at, right? Yeah, each form says Metamorph. It's going to go ultimate form, ultimate form, ultimate form, ultimate form. Because this, the Metamorph ability of the Ram that we've seen says transforms to its ultimate form. So the form that matters the most is ultimate, because you're going to be fighting that form the most. And then you're going to have you're going to have to fight each form twice. Okay.
You'll know exactly what's coming and when.
And it's a fixed rotation, so it's not like Hydra, right? It can't be a random form you get.
So you can prepare accordingly. We also didn't want this fight to drag. What makes this fight really stand out against the other clan boss fights are the trials. Each of the Chimera's forms, except the ultimate form, has 9 unique...
Okay, I love this, by the way. I think this is the best thing about this entire video. Trials. I think this is the best thing about this video. I think this is the best thing, because why? This stops you just going in and going, yeah, I've done my dailies, it's fine. This stops you just going Newt Marius. Newt Marius. It stops it. I hope they rotate them, but on a monthly basis or something, right? I hope that these things do change, because it's more interesting that way. If it's always the same thing, it gets boring. I hope it changes so that it's always interesting, because you need to pick what you want. So what we got here: damage the Chimera within 3 of its turns while it is under decreased attack and your champion is under increased speed. So you have to bring decreased attack and increased speed to do that one. Damage the champion with poison debuffs while it's under poison sensitivity. You need someone with poison sensitivity. So you need to be able to do these things. I don't know if it's said when it is.
Trials that can be completed, broken down into 3 difficulties: easy, normal, and hard. You'll have to do different things to complete them, like placing a certain number of debuffs on the Chimera within a set number of turns, or dealing a set amount of damage using
the leech,
poison, and HP burn debuffs. There's 27 trials in total.
27?
Total. And progress will not carry over between battles.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's only trials for... Well, we got 4 forms, and there's... So I'm guessing that it must not be anything for one of the forms.
HP burn debuffs. There's 27 trials in total, and progress will not carry over between battles. You'll need to complete them in each fight. Beware, though, the more trials you complete...
Oh, yeah, look, the ultimate form doesn't. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's what's cool about this, what I really like about it. It's like a gambit. How many trials can you complete before it's just too much? Knowing that you still have to do a certain amount of damage because it's a clan boss, right? And it's going to operate very traditionally like a clan boss. You need to do a certain amount of damage to be able to get to your chopped chest, and then the clan needs to kill the Chimera. So you can't just go in and be selfish and do all your trials and do no damage, because you'll lose your rewards, and the clan needs you to do stuff. So I like this. I love this game mode. I think this is an absolute genius move by them. I have nothing but praise. I just hope that they don't leave it. I just hope they don't do what they do with other game modes where they just kind of like put it in and forget about it. There's a real good opportunity that they could shake up the different trials and have different ways and different options. Like, I mean, if you do 25 trials, you're just dead. Look, true damage, right? So you probably can't do them all. But maybe you can. Maybe there's a way. I don't know. That's what's going to be fun.
The stronger the Chimera's ultimate form becomes, it'll start ignoring damage-reducing buffs and your champion's defenses. So be careful. If you can complete the trials and fend off the ultimate form's enhanced attacks, you'll net yourself some awesome...
Oh. Okay, so the trial forms are only on the alternate form. So that's interesting. So half the time you're not going to have to deal with the trial bonuses.
Extra rewards.
Yeah, Harima passive, right?
You'll get special crafting material.
Okay, there's the eyes, by the way. And gemstones, right, okay. There is keys, 2 keys by the looks of it. So I guess if you keep the result...
Rewards. You'll get special crafting.
You get a gemstone and you get materials. That's normal. By the way, that's normal. So you get 28 for just completing a normal key.
Materials that are needed to make high rarity relics from the Chimera group, as well as gemstones and other goodies. That's on top of all the other rewards you'll get just for fighting the Chimera. Same as other clan boss fights, you'll get personal rewards.
So yeah, so you're going to get, if you do trials, you get a bonus. You get a bonus at the end.
Or chests for dealing enough damage to the Chimera, which will be doubled if your clan gets it to
and
0
clan boss. So there's 3 rewards. That's very rewarding for a system. Keep in mind when Hydra came out, we basically had like 2 chests a week because it was very difficult. We're getting like 2 chests here, which I don't know if it's daily or weekly or monthly or whatever, plus 1 for killing the key. There's at least 2 keys, so you get at least 2 rewards, and you also get all the rewards from doing the trial, which is unique to the battle. So you're getting, I actually think you get quite a lot.
HP. We're also introducing the Chimera.
Oh, look, it's weekly. It tells you there. Right, look, it tells you there.
If your clan gets it to 0 HP. We're also
okay. So it's weekly. I hate the Clash. I don't like the Clash. I think the Clash is stupid. I said this a couple of videos ago. I was like, I just hope that this clan boss has not got a competitive clan versus clan component because it just drives negativity. It drives people to a level where they're just hating life.
Introducing the Chimera Clash to this new clan.
I would have much rather we had clan boss Clash or something first.
Boss, which will work the same as the Hydra Clash.
Now, this isn't the chest you get for winning a Clash, is it? Because look, the Clash is off. They're not in the Clash tab.
Clash to this new clan boss, which will work the same as the damage to the Chimera, which will be doubled if your clan gets it to 0 HP. We're also introducing...
Yeah, but we're on the battles tab, right? Clash is off.
Clash to this new clan boss, which will work the same as the Hydra Clash.
I don't think that is the Clash chest. I think that's the normal chest for the week that we see in Hydra, right? We see this in Hydra. I don't think that's the clan chest, which is good because when I first saw it, I was like, oh, they're going to make the Mythical only available in Clash like Siege mode. That's ultimate chest. I mean, we don't know what the chests are going to drop. Right? I wouldn't trust any of these numbers because they will change. Let's face it, they put Siege in and they changed them within a day because they messed up the numbers, so... Also, note that they didn't kill the boss, by the looks of it, unless it's reset already. Oh, no, it's a ×2.
Oh, and there's also fragments for a brand new mythical champion up for grabs. As always, keep your eyes peeled for a dedicated video guide coming, where we'll go into greater detail about the mechanics of this.
Because the Ram, Viper, and Lion only go back to the ultimate form. Because what they're trying to do is they go... So this is the gameplay style. You basically go into Chimera mode... with the ultimate form. That has all the trial bonuses. Then you go to the other form. Now you've got 5 turns to do as many trials as you can complete on that particular form. Then it goes back to the ultimate form. Now you have to deal with a giga charged ultimate form that is getting bonuses from the trials you completed. Then you go to the other one, you complete more trials. It's a bit of a timeout as well because some of these other forms have a lot of things going on and you might need a few turns to be able to recalibrate. One thing is for certain, you're not speed tuning this and you are manual in this. I doubt you can do this on auto because trials will not let you. You might be able to, but I'm going to say if you want to be efficient, you're not going to do it. But it doesn't seem like if there's 2 keys, it's not a big deal, right? There's far less RNG in this fight. There's a lot less RNG because you know what's going to happen.
Monstrous new challenge. Now, it wouldn't be a proper What's Next in Raid video if we didn't show off some of the incredible looking champions our artists have been working on. The holiday season is coming. Lady Noel.
I think this will be the fusion, by the way.
Bold. Don't get on her bad side, though. That kindly grandmother exterior only holds true.
I think this will be the fusion. Do we agree? Yeah, but I don't think it's that bad. If you looked, it said 26 minutes, Control Freak. And the biggest problem we have with Hydra is RNG. We could spend 30 minutes and it fails. We have to start again. This fight has far less RNG. You know when everything's going to happen. You can plan for it, and you can prepare for it, so...
True if you've been nice all year. Bells the Reckoner will drop by the holiday celebrations as well. But be sure to watch your presents closely.
What is with the tongue?
Talaria's own version of Krampus is around. There are more champions to join them, and we have
Dark Elf Unity.
no doubt they will find us.
Are we a bit afraid of the Dark Elf Unity? Who can abuse that? Let's see. Mithrala, Lydia, Ghostborn, Ray, Ophidius. At least the Mythicals are not kind of crazy here. Foley would be the big standout.
A suitable place on your rosters. Whew, man, that was a lot to cover. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you're excited about these changes and updates coming to Raid in the near future.
Oh, look at the eye. That's so cool.
Don't forget to like the video, hit subscribe,
Oh, I did not want to do that.
and let us know.
Okay. I mean, it's cool. I actually think, like I said from that video, the only negative I have is the clash. It's the only one thing I dislike about in that video is the clash. And if they don't fix the economy, the 2 new variable sets, because we just don't have space for variable sets in this game at the moment. Those are the only things I don't like. Everything else, I think, is amazing. When do I think it'll go live? I don't think it will be more than a week. Because think about how you would launch it. They did a mini launch of all the different skills. Then they've done the what's next video of the boss. They're not going to just go on hiatus for a month and then add the boss in. And if we go back 2 years, Hydra came out this time of year. Dupe System came out this time of year. The Blessings came out, I think, in summer. What else came out last year? What was the big thing they released last Christmas? It wasn't Siege. It wasn't Hydra. I can't remember. Because Live Arena was April. I can't remember what it was. Was it Mythical Champions, right? Mythical Champions. They always have a big thing at the end of the year. Curse City. That's the one I'm thinking of. They always have a big thing at the end of the year. And when they announce these things, they're normally within a couple of weeks of the original announcement. And the normal window for a patch would be on Thursday. Because they always patch on the first week of the Thursday normally. So if I'm a betting man, based on historical trends, I would guess Thursday or Friday, something like that. Potentially sooner. They won't do it Tuesday, Wednesday, that's CVC. It's definitely not going to happen Tuesday or Wednesday. I would imagine it's going to be Thursday. Right, when does the fusion end? Fusion ends pretty much on Thursday. There's a classic arena takedown, and there's the summon rush on Friday. They'll do it Thursday, Friday. They won't wait another week. It'll be too long. They might do it Monday. I don't think they will, because I think it'll ruin their fun, right? It'll ruin the hype. They've got everyone really hyped right now. Whether they are positive hype or negative hype, there is still noise and hype going around the game. I don't think they will. I don't think they'll want to lose that. This is my Carnage at the moment. You can see no empowerment, no blessings. It's really painful. I hope, by the way, we get something to empower Carnage, because we can't empower Carnage at the moment. Oh, look at this. Theodore. I didn't really check this. Theodore empowers Skeletor. And Halsring empowers He-Man. Interesting. Oh, by the way, we're going to get Skeletor in a minute. I forgot about this. We're about to get Skeletor. Okay. I guess we'll change the stream title, shall we? I guess we're playtesting Skeletor. Didn't think about that. I forgot about this completely. I don't actually know what we can do with him, but we can test his petrification. One of the big things we wanted to test was If we place petrification on stone skin, will it get rid of stone skin? My gut says no, but we're gonna find out because we're gonna get him in literally 1 minute. Going back to web dev, I think I'm a web dev and this is way out of my realm, but why can't they just query so it only was 1000 is too much storage of DB? It is probably the way that they have set up the system, Peyton. They've probably, like, they had the similar situation in Diablo 4, Peyton, where because they enabled trading, when you entered a town, you could physically trade with anyone in the town. So what they had to do was, because you could trade anything from your inventory, they exposed the inventories of every person in that town in case you might want to actually trade with that person in that town. And for them to rework that, it required them a significant amount of dev effort to basically deconstruct the way that you load it into town. And I think that's a similar issue that I'm seeing here. Because they've made it so that you have to load everything up front so that you can equip, for them to make it what you're saying, which is staggered queries, it would probably require more engineering time than they're willing to commit to make that happen. And would it possibly affect secondary systems? Would it affect other things where you get gear, inbox into gear? There's lots of different problems that could create. So it's far easier for them to say, we're not going to give you more storage, than it is for them to try and figure out how to make it work. I'm going to guess. I don't know, because I don't know their coding and the way that's worked, but this sounds like a tech debt problem. Because you're right, you should just be able to paginate it, right? And they do some of these things. For example, you will notice they paginate heroes. What I mean by this is they don't load the hero until you load the hero. See? See how there's like a little loading? They don't do that with gear, though. They load the whole gear set. So, is 2 times on everything on Christmas? Probably. Yeah, it is, Tackmaster, probably. It's definitely load times, because you can feel the lag, right? When you go into accessories, look, you can feel the lag. When I go into equipped, I can feel the lag just by doing this. Whereas on my champion roster, it's not as bad, see? Smoother. But yeah. And it's going to be a bit of an issue in terms of, like, accounts that exist already. And what I mean by that is it's going to be an issue of how do we make sure that whatever we need to do doesn't break other people's accounts that are already part that haven't logged in for a while, stuff like that. You always have that problem. So you have a hard team: Wixwell, Scored, Riho, Kimi, Ugo, Geo for Hydra, but this rotation doesn't seem to work well. Is it because this rotation has a lot of negative affinity for Scored? I have to check. So you got Magic, 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 Spirit, Spirit, and Scored is Spirit, right? I'm pretty sure Scored is Spirit. Oh, he's Magic. Oh, so it's not too bad. Oops. Wrong button. So if he's Magic, shouldn't be Force that he's suffered in, so it's not him. Who have you got? Oh, you've got Ugo, right? Ugo's Magic though, right? This is not Ugo. That's normally when it's a problem with rotations. It's your affinity with your team changes and it messes you up. But you said you got Scored, Riho, Void, Kimi. Should be fine. Ugo, Magic. With Scored is Magic. Geo is place, so it doesn't really matter. And Wixwell is play. I don't really know. There's nothing affinity-wise here that kind of hurts that, apart from Kimi. But I think, isn't Kimi... What is Kimi? Even she's Magic, so... Wixwell provoke? I mean, it could be. What's Wixwell? Wixwell's Force. I always mix the Head of Decay. Yeah, so it could be Wixwell is resisting the provoke. That's probably what it is. Wixwell is resisting the provoke. That's probably what it is. Not resisting, 3% in, like weak hitting. So you're getting gear cleansed more. I'd imagine that's what's happening. That's the only thing I can think of anyway. By the way, I said this before, but I'll say it again. Save your area bonuses until this Chimera clan boss comes out. I would not be shocked if they add a new area bonus for Chimera. It's another way for them to incentivize live arena. I would not be surprised if they do it. Can you alter it? I mean, you can substitute Wixwell, but that's hard to do. I would just run it again, basically. You might just have to run it a few more times if you're running full auto. Yeah, that's true actually. If it's Wrath, is it Wrath that's Force? Well, Wrath is fine because she's magic. She shouldn't be weak hitting. The only thing that those champions are weak hit is the Torment Head. I mean, you don't really have a Torment solution in that team, so that's all I would say is you don't have a Torment solution. I mean, you have Wixwell, I guess, for intercept, but it can be a reflect damage, but all of them are magic and spirit, so they're able to, like, Ugo should be blocking the suffering and the wrath, right? So it can on Poison Cloud, yeah, but that shouldn't be a rotational issue, Pico. That's what I'm saying. Rotation should only be the affinities of the boss that modifies it. If it was working in one rotation but not working in another, that should have nothing to do with affinities. It should have nothing to do with Poison Cloud. It's to do with the affinity changing. I'm leveling a second Ancora, by the way. That's how powerful she is. I'm making another one. Yeah, I just don't think you'd ever do it, Peyton. Like, we already do this in the game. I could summon an Ancient Shard tomorrow, or whenever the times 2 doesn't happen, right? I could summon a Primal Shard right now. I might get lucky, and I might get a 2.5%, you know, I might get lucky, and I might get a Primal out of it on a 0.5%, but I'm never going to do it outside of the most optimal time to do it. So I just can't see how that system is ever going to be anything other than save all your primals or your mythical materials until you have enough to make one of them, so you guarantee the legendary. Because the amount of resources they were giving you there was a pretty healthy amount. We didn't see any mythical ones, but certainly legendaries seem to be, you know, the epics seem to be good. I prefer high resist. On my I like my Ancora to be high resist so that she can always get a turn. She becomes a cleanser then. Exactly, G-Man. That's how my takeaway was. It's like I'm using the higher rarity to get a worse rarity than I'm inputting. It's not even like you can say, well, you put an epic in so you get an epic chance. You put legendary materials in and you put mythical materials in and you got an epic. It's like summoning a Primal Shard and getting an uncommon champion. It's crazy. I'd never do it. We didn't really look at the Chimera skills or team strategy or anything like that, because just understanding the system is important. This is why, for example, I didn't do any more videos on it, because I was like, the system is more important than what the forms do. Because you need to understand the system. That's going to define how you approach the forms. Now that we know the system, we can then look at the forms and go, okay, I need to know what the trials are, because the trials will determine how I do it. And what are the rewards for those trials? What are the challenges of those trials? Very important, you know? Skeletor. Oh, by the way, guys, I don't want to share this. Thanks. Did you see what did you see the little message in the I gotta play this, hang on. Let's just check Soul Merchant first. Hey, look, Eileal. Ready for it? They put the theme song in the game. I can't. Oh, this. I think it's permanent. I saw it in the raid digest. I was like, what the hell? I think it's the same on Skeletor. I think it's the same on Skeletor. Yeah. Does it really? Oh, it does. What are we going to rate him then? Oh, it ended. Sorry. It doesn't do it here, though. God, I haven't played with sound on in ages. So many wasted points here, by the way. I'd never recommend you do this. Wait until, like, a proper event. We're just going to do it to test him out. All right, I'm going to leave the music on for a bit because this is fun, but I'm just turn it down a bit. It's just a bit loud, it was. Yeah, the best thing about Skeletor, he plays music. All right, so how do we use him? I'll turn it down a bit more. Let me know if it's too loud, the music. I'll turn it down a bit more, but it's fine. This is his big ability, I think. This one here is the one I'm most interested in. This is okay. This is okay. Who's in the Telerian League? Okay, so it's a pretty strong faction. Where is he? It's a pretty strong faction. Okay. So, we need accuracy, right? All of this stuff needs accuracy. First things first. Can we do feral on him? I don't think there's any... I don't think there's any in... I'm just going to check if I have any feral Night Revenants in my vault. I do not. Do I even have any feral in the vault? I do. But there is no Night Revenants. Okay, so we can't do a 9 out of 9 feral. That's what I was curious at. Doesn't mean we can't have, like, you know... Yeah, the music really adds something, doesn't it? Yeah, he does bring a lot. You're not wrong. But if you want to open with this ability, you need accuracy. So I still think you'd go accuracy ban it. We got some options here. We got that one or that one. I mean, let's face it. He's better than an epic because of the music. Then we want... He doesn't really do damage, so I'm not interested in that. Now, he does do turn meter reduction, but not turn meter increasing, so this doesn't really work. Okay. Not very good. Doesn't really do many buffs, but he will steal some buffs, which is kind of cool. Probably want a pinpoint on here. So we could throw a pinpoint in. Oh, this music's great. And if we've got a pinpoint here, that's always nice to just throw in, but I don't really have a pinpoint here. So we might as well just use the feral ring at this point. Okay, so once speeds. If I'm greedy, I want accuracy. That just hogging that. So I would say we'll go with that one. And ideally I want a lot of speeds. It's a cleansing banner. I mean, it would have been nice to get a feral, but, you know, I could throw in an attack percent here. I just don't have any of these things with a speed. It's crazy. Really need to work on my chess pieces based on this. Okay, what about protection? I'll take that. I need like 2 more pinpoint. Wow, do I not have another pinpoint? Not great. I mean, I can still Gurgo's weapon. We'll still Gurgo's weapon for the time being. Okay, I guess it's in pinpoint, and then ideally something with speed and impulse just to get a bit more speed. Wow, this is really bad pieces. Alright. Not bad. Alright, that's not bad. So basically what I was going for there was kind of a go first kind of build. Just get rid of all these. Get rid of red dots. Because he's not going to do damage, right? So that's we know this for a fact. I could have used my free regear as well. I didn't really think about this. Let's get him. Skeletor. Level 1. Boom. Oh, we were too slow there. We're going to hear pony noises for a bit as well. Okay, let's have a look at this. Oh, that is cool. It's very fancy. Pony noises. I can't believe they put pony noises in this game. Yeah, his A1's pretty cool, right? Let's slow this down. It's kind of cool. So, we don't have an AoE attack. That's a bit of a problem. Generally, you want a starter champ to be AoE. That is AoE, but it's not an attack at least, but it's kind of cool. This is the biggest test, right? The biggest test we need to do here. Will the petrification automatically go through Stone Skin? Right, that's the test we need to do. His A1's cool. I like his A1. Decrease resistance. What happened to the debuff? Whenever the time starts to roll. Where did the debuff go? No, I didn't get Hex. Oh, the cleansing banner. Thank you, Jacob. The cleansing banner. I was like, what the hell? Okay. Let's give him that. Brill. Alright, so, I mean, it's not a crazy build. 308 speed, 550 accuracy. It's obviously very fast for my account. That makes sense. Let's find someone to test. Who's going to be in Stone Skin here? You're going to be in Stone Skin. Skeletor. Hopefully you don't die. You're only level 1. You could die. Skeletor. Yes. Let's just bring someone to keep you alive here with a reviver. Who's going to keep us alive? Elva. Okay. So, does this go through Stone Skin? No. But, I mean, to be fair, he's not booked. So that could have been that it didn't try. Try that again. Right, it is only a 75% chance. No, debuff blocked. He can steal Stone Skin, though. He's taking a hammer in. It's fine. Wow, I need to turn the audio off so much. It's so bad. How does anyone play with game sounds in this game? So, it doesn't go through Stone Skin, but he does rip buffs up quite well. Right, so this passive here, whenever this champion is hit, has a 40% chance to place decreased resistance. Obviously, it's not happening because we're getting a lot of block debuffs. She's not helping. But this is great. Like, if I want to just get rid of Stone Skin. Oh, I can't even do it if it's block debuffs, though. It didn't look like, unless it rolled. It's always bad testing this when you haven't got them booked, but I haven't got books, so. Well, he died. Oh, there's a decreased resistance. The A3 is good. Honestly, the A3 is pretty solid. And the A1 for debuff extending is also pretty good. Obviously, it's going to get cleansed. There's nothing I can do about that, but... Ow. See, look how much I just stole all of those buffs. Very strong buff stealer. That's what I was waiting for. Now I want to see. Can I put it into Petrify with block debuffs? No. I thought that would be the case. Because Petrification is blocked with Mithrala when you put on block debuffs. Yeah? You can't block debuffs. You can't Petrify someone under block debuffs. It's impossible. By the looks of that. I'll check. See if I can cycle back round. Just in case we might have had a fail because it's not 100%. You certainly can't spread Petrification. I wouldn't have thought. We'll try that in a minute, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. A3 is good. He steals a lot of buffs. As a buff stealer, he's very good. Right, try again. Yeah, you can't see. I thought that was the case. Okay. I need to turn music off now because it's really annoying me. I can't take any more music. You know I'm going to get DMCA'd, probably, for that segment of He-Man music. I'm going to get copyrighted on YouTube because I've been playing He-Man music and it's going to be coming from friggin' Raid Shadow Legends. So, the question then becomes, can you spread Petrification? So we can test that in a Doom Tower wave. If we just bring... And then... Don't think Carnage will have enough to kill them, so it's fine. Music's been on all stream. Okay, we didn't roll that. It's bad luck. Okay. Yeah, can't spread Petrification. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with Petrification. It's like Stone Skin. So you can't drop turn meter on enemies. Look. I can't steal turn meter on enemies under Petrification. It's actually kind of a lame debuff. Because it punishes you more than it benefits you. Like, if I put this doing a petrification now. Okay, well, that was bad luck. We've got decreased resistance there. I mean, he will stack a lot of, you know, debuffs and stuff. Look, we can steal some buffs. But I'm pretty sure it's only one random debuff, right? He has a chance to increase. So it's basically, he will always increase 2 debuffs every single time he does this when he's booked. So as a single target boss debuffer, I think he's quite strong. Because he's going to steal any buffs, like into things like Griffin. I think he's quite good. I mean, he's no Rathalos, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's the best champion in the game, but... But, like, this is under petrification now, okay? Here's the problem. Notice how I can't steal turn meter. If you petrify someone, notice how I can't steal turn meter, right? That steals turn meter. Because I've petrified him. So... Don't know. I mean, on a boss, it's decrease attack, decrease speed, debuff extension, increase accuracy, and decrease resistance. Right? So if we were to throw him into something like a Hydra, put him into like a brutal team, I'll just bring this new team that I've been working on. Right, and if I just basically take you out for now, bring in Skeletor. Keep in mind, you're going to get a 5-star soul. So here we're going to go increase accuracy on everyone. So we can either start extending debuffs, or we can start doing things like, for example, this. Decrease attack, decrease speed. Cleanse, reset. There's the decreased resistance. Now, obviously, Hydra's the worst place for him because he's all single target, yeah? He's still going to be dead in a moment, I think. Poor dude is like, hold on for dear life. There he goes. I probably need to... It's obviously not a good team for him. Yeah, I don't know if it's good in Hydra. Is it good in any sort of Doom Tower situation? I mean, Bommel, you're going to get hit first. Scarab, you're going to take turn meter off. Grithian, you're going to get buffs. Yeah. I'm thinking. So, let's think of it. No, I don't think it's useless. Let's think of it like, I'm a new player. I love He-Man. I've come into the game. On my 7th day, I've just picked up Skeletor. What does he instantly give me? Well, for, like, bosses, I've now got huge amounts of accuracy, right? I don't need accuracy banners. I don't need all this thing. Why? Because I'm going to give my team increased accuracy, a 60 accuracy aura, and also decreased resistance. So from that perspective, does he help me progress as a new player? Yes, because I'm going to need far less statistics to be able to defeat stuff. That's the first angle to look at it. The second angle to look at it is I'm going to get a 5-star soul. So if I'm going to get a 5-star soul, that means I'm going to get access to Brimstone, which is another big power curve for a new player, right? Getting a 5-star Brimstone is a big aspect of the new player experience because I'm going to get a 60% chance to place a protected smite. Very, very, very big. So I think from a new player's perspective, he's excellent. Now, he does need a lot of books, right? This kind of needs to be fully booked. And it's a very expensive one, like it's like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, he needs a lot of books, which is a negative. But as an early game player, just using him for the first time, I think he will be excellent at defeating a single target boss. Dragon. He's going to be decent in Fire Knight, right? Because he's going to decrease turn meter a little bit. It needs books, but it's going to be decent. It's going to be someone you can use with the Brimstone if you wanted to, right? It's a decent option. Ice Golem. Yes, with a decreased attack, although it's a bit awkward because it's not AoE. Spider, AoE turn meter reduction is not bad, but it's the only thing he's got. In terms of Iron Twins, this is brilliant for Iron Twins. You're not going to necessarily touch that in an early game, but it's great for Iron Twins. Decreased speed. Sand Devil Shogun doesn't really give you anything special, I wouldn't say. Apart from just stats, right? Obviously, it gives you a lot of accuracy. If you open with this in Shogun, you don't need as much accuracy. That's going to help you. I don't think he's exceptional in Hydra, although this passive is decent in Hydra. I just don't think it's exceptional at all. And then I think as you come out of the early game and you start getting some better champions, maybe you pick up some better AoE decreased attacks or whatnot, he becomes kind of like an arena-only champion. And it just depends on what you would do, right? So, you know, see if we can find some fights. Let me give him just a few. Let me just give him some levels. I don't want to give him too much because he'll need masteries, but keep him alive. What are we going to face? So this type of team is what we're going to face, right? This top one. So we can build him with... where is he? Going down to this, so we can't get through with Stone Skim. I wonder even if it's not even a 50-50 Stone Skim with Petrification, because it doesn't remove buffs, so it's never going to go through Stone Skin. So that's the first problem, is you can never get rid of Stone Skin. Problem number 1. So if you can't get rid of Stone Skin, what does he become good at? He becomes good at buff stripping. which would be this team up here. Let's try that. I have no idea why that happened, but okay. So like this thing now, right? This is where I think he's good. So I stole the stone skin because I was able to steal. So I think his A3 is good in arena. Love it when that does nothing. Eventually we'll get a turn here. Let's try to kill you off. This is where I need Remand to. I don't think he's that good for bomb setup, and the reason why is you don't have increased attack. You need something like Panda, because you need increased attack normally. Oh, this is going to be horrible. Oh my god. Am I even going to kill these? I don't even know if I kill these. I'll be honest. Yeah, I'm not going to kill this. This is just going to take too long. Oh, wow. This is a great example of hell. Nothing can withstand the Narcissus, though. Eventually. So, if you've got a buff-heavy opponent, I think it's quite good to fight into. Oh, by the way, do you want to see something funny? I love this interaction. This is going to be funny as hell. Let me take this out. And let me put... Who's the buff heavy team here? You're buff heavy team, so we'll do you. Watch the healing, right? Look how much healing I'm getting. Look at all the healing. I'm invincible. It's the ultimate hard counter. Well, until he does that, of course. Like I can't really... Until he one-shots me. Obviously, one-shotting is not good, but it's just so funny. So I'm going to wait with this for now. But what you can do is you can stop buffs, right? So I can absolutely put petrification on this dude. if it landed, and stop him receiving more buffs. So that is the good thing about petrification. You can stop him receiving buffs at least. Wasn't able to test this fully because okay, well. Will I get a turn with Narcissus? Yes. So yeah, I mean, it basically heals you a tremendous amount. Yeah, if I was to take this out and put Marius in here, it would be funny. And take Teox out. It would be funny. Petrification can be cleansed, yes. But it will stop him getting buffs, is what I was saying. I don't know what's going on. What the hell is going on? Oh, this is funny. This is funny. Okay, we found a new broken combo. Well, yeah, that happened. That is one tanky Stultus. Do you want to watch it again? Should we watch it again? That was too much fun. Let's watch it again. I should actually screenshot this exact fight. It's kind of broken. Like, it's a 6-star Incinerate with Sulfurion that heals me constantly, right? So Sulfurion's passive, whenever a burn is activated, heals you by 5%. So he's doing 4.5% damage to me. I'm healing for 5%. So I'm basically reducing it. And every single time the burn activates, Marius' turn meter is reduced on a 6-star. So we just basically let Marius go crazy. Oh, he counterattacked. It's a little bit broken. Man, that thing hurts. That is a tanky start. That is a beast of a Stultus. Not really gonna do anything, look. It's a beast of a Stultus, that. No, because it's... Oh, jeez. Absolutely annihilated there. I like how I'm losing all these, mind. It's not helping me keep my points totals up. Let's put that against that. Let's try to repair some of this now. Marius goes back into there. You come out, you go over there. And then we bring you back. Where's Remand 2? I kind of need my fastest champ here. Where is Freya? Try that. That's unfortunate. There we go. Where does Volcanos need accuracy? Not if I think you... I don't think he does if you get him stacked up. Let's try to kill you. Get rid of the rabbit. Alright, let's see how it works here. Yeah, I put him in the leader position, didn't I? That was a bit dumb. Okay, well, you know, that was a bit dumb. I put him in leader position. I guess we get to see the power of Fenax. Ow. Thor, stop it, man. The only downside here is, unfortunately, Ultimate Death Knight is doing his thing. But fear not, because Freya is here to save the day. I mean, it'd be nice if we could land a debuff of sorts, but... Freya did all the work there, that's fine. Trying to find a debuff heavy team. This one looks good. Let's not put him as leader though. That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. So we don't get ally attacked. That was dumb. That should be fine. Let's get rid of Ancora here. Let's just bring in Burns. My Freya is built in protection damage build. Oh, he's dead. Let's see if we can somehow get rid of those. Lovely. Now we got to play the game of how many times do we have to kill the monkey before we actually get this done. Oh man. This has got to be the worst combination ever. There we go. Alright. I'm expecting Stone Skin. That's better. Oh, I nearly died though. Okay, so this is what I think he's quite good at. Stealing buffs like this. Just to drain the buffs away. That's what I think he's going to be quite good at. And obviously sticking debuffs out on the enemy when they attack him, like we're getting decreased resistance out. Now we can probably put like petrification. There you go. So this is where I think he's actually quite good. When you're up against a slow buff team, he can come in and do a job for you. But the question becomes how many of those teams actually exist in Live Arena anymore versus how many of them are just super fast teams. Wow, he didn't petrify. I didn't have him booked. I've lost this one because I didn't have him booked, which is annoying. Yeah, I didn't have him booked. So I would have landed the Petrify there, and I procced his passive. So that's why I think he can be quite good if we can find, like, those types of slow teams. Like, this team at the top here is where I would put him into. You know, enemy teams that are going to basically just buff to hell and back. Now, this one's not so great because Jorgen is going to be, like, a hard carry, so he's probably going to one-shot me, but we can have a look to see if it works. This one I don't need Sulfurion. I need Ramantu. She gets it because of her passive, though. He might just die here, though. I don't know. We'll find out. Probably. It's like this. Being able to just take away a bunch of buffs away from people. Very handy. Obviously, it would need to be set up better, but you know what I mean. Like that's the concept that I could see him being valuable in. As to whether or not he rises to the level that he's so valuable that he's good, like he's like desirable to put in a team, I don't know. But I can see there being a situation where you might need someone that's got that like level of buff removal. It's just, you know, there is an epic in the game that basically removes all the buffs. Yeah, but he steals the buffs, so that is a bit different, right? He's not just removing them, he steals it. Oh, we didn't get enough. Well, rip. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but it's solid. I mean, it's not crazy, but it's decent. It's because it's a steal, right? This doesn't work because it's gonna go on petrification, so I stole his petrification there. Wow, just got absolutely blasted. The only problem with this is it's useless if they have block debuffs. Doesn't do anything. I don't know. I'm kind of struggling to make him good. I am struggling to make him good. I'll be honest. Never going to kill anything here. Anyway, that was a bad battle. Yeah, I'm not feeling him, guys. I'll be honest. I don't know where a level of my account would use him. I think he's great for a new player, though. I think he's great for a new player. I think his A3 is better than his A2. But in single target bosses, I think he'll be great. because he does decreased defense, decreased speed, attack, decreased speed. Okay, you kind of need to book him, but it's not the end. Like you don't actually need to. It's going to be pretty okay. Yeah. Tournament position I'm in. Tag team am I? Apparently. Yeah, I don't know. I think the A3 is better than the A2 for an endgame account. Because if you're fighting against like barbarians, like Armanzes, against Terrasses, Marichkas, then you're going to steal one buff, plus block debuffs, plus place increase accuracy, and drop turn meter by 30%. This is just a problem. Petrification is not a great debuff. I think that's the ultimate problem here. It's just not a very strong debuff. They've obviously picked it because it's Skeletor. It's just not a very strong debuff. So the A2 is kind of a bit meh. But for an early game account, he has a lot of free accuracy and he has a lot of free access to Brimstone. So if you're playing, you've only just started playing Raid Shadow Legends, I think this is he's a great addition for like just beating up Dragon, progressing in Dragon stages, trying to move through Fire Knight, trying to do some of these bosses. I think he's a decent addition. Probably Doom Tower is going to be very useful for, because you'll be able to like put, decrease attack and decrease speed. One of the it's very difficult to find a decrease attack and decrease speed. I think Stag Knight is a very good one. But yeah, I mean, like people are saying, you compare it to Rathalos, you compare it to some of the other starter champions we've had. Even, what was the other one? Adlin. He's a bit like on the Adlin power curve. In the sense that, you get the decrease attack and decrease speed. He's a bit more of an offensive Adlin. He's not worse than Adlin. I don't think he's worse than Adlin. Because he does have turn meter drops, which Adlin doesn't really have. He does have decreased resistance, which Adlin doesn't have. He does have increased accuracy, which she doesn't have. All she does is sleep block, decrease speed, and decrease attack, and heals you. I think he's a better support. He's better than her. Adlin just happened to be pretty good because she was great for Sand Devil, sleep champion. It's my current Freya build. She's in 9-piece protection in like a damage protection build. But it's kind of like a bit all over the place. I was testing it. No, I wouldn't book him. I agree. I wouldn't book him, but I do think he's worth using at level 50, right? What was I calling the Chancellor? Was I? Chronicler, whatever her name is. Fenax is... I still need to optimize these to attack percent and speed. And then max out his gearing. I need to upgrade this to full attack. And then he'll be... He's got too much at the moment because this is on crit rate. It needs to be crit damage. He's missing about 1,000 attack and about 40% crit damage at the moment. So yeah, my synopsis of him, if I was to rate him right now... Probably 4. Arena offense, I would say 4. Arena defense, I'd say is pretty poor. Void keep, 4. I'd say he's pretty good across these. I'd say he's 3. Dragon, I'd say he's 5. Fire Knight, I'd say he's like 4 because he does have a double hit A1. Minotaur. Whatever. Spider's Den, I think he's going to be okay. Demon Lord, I'd say he's a 4. Faction Wars, I'd say probably based on the speed to meter, he's going to be 5. Hydra, I'd say he's quite weak, 1. Iron Twins, I think he's quite good. Sand Devil, 1. Shogun Grove, I just don't think it's worth it. That's what I think. About 3 or 4. I'm rating this pretty much on a new player experience, because I think that's who he's for. I think he's for new players. Oh, look, number 1. So Furion at the moment is in a PvE hybrid build. So he's in Reflex, Impulse, and 1 Supersonic. He's built to be as fast as I can get him. I built in some resistance, but not enough really for Ice Golem. I might drop the resistance and push it into accuracy for Arena. He's too slow and not enough accuracy for Arena. Yeah, it's probably going to be staggered, Thomas. There is Bart, but you're not... It's basically saying... I agree, right? I could sit here and I'd say, do you know what? Actually, this dude, so much better. Way better. Better to invest in, better to use. You get the same things. I agree. But what if you didn't get Stagnite? And you don't get Brimstone, right? You might not get a 5-star champion when you're a new player for a very long time. So that's the big difference here, is this 5-star soul makes him worth it, because it means you've got Brimstone, which is going to help you clear content. So he's not the greatest champion in the game. He looks better than he plays. That's what I would say. He looks better than he plays. Yeah, I'm rating him 4 based on... I rated him based on a new player experience. Right, I'm rating him based on the new player experience. So he's going to help new players in Arena. Because he is going to be able to get rid of Ultimate Death Knights in Arena. Marius. Right, he's going to be able to get rid of Ultimate Death Knights in Arena, because he'll be able to steal the Stone Skin and be able to basically combat that. Oh, he's going for a speed team. And again, he's always got the use for in Centralis. He might be pretty good for Amius, being a 5-star Brimstone. Right? Might be pretty good for Amius. Might not be, but he might be. That's a bit awkward. Can you believe we've got this far and nobody's picked our mans? He is, you're right. Can't do anything about it right now. I want to go with Lamasu. Hegemon. I'm pretty sure I win the speed race. Even with 40% aura. I'm fairly confident. So I'm going to ban the Hegemon. That's a bit of a problem though, because I don't think Gurgo's got enough damage. But we'll see. That's what I was afraid of. I mean, it'll stop the stun. That was unfortunate. This is the power of Lamassu, by the way. I'm not going to win this one, but because he's going to one-shot my Gurgle right now. Oh, he went for my Reviver. Makes sense. Oh, man. It's just... I forgot to put weapon back on Gurgle. I forgot to put weapon back on Gurgle. It's fine now. I would have won anyway because my speed aura was 30% and I had 430 speed, and he would not have beaten me because he didn't have a 6-star. I would have purely beaten him without needing his extra 10% aura. His 10% aura would have given him like 11 speed, and I've got like, that's the thing. It's pure math. Okay? So what I mean by pure math, I've got a 6-star Mikage. That gives me a 20 speed advantage over any other champion that doesn't have a 6-star. He didn't have a single 6-star, so his aura is only going to give him half of my 6-star bonus. That's how I knew I was always going to win that. This one, not so certain, right? Because he's picked these, so I'm going to have to pick Shu Zhen, and I think I'm going to go for... and Korra. Just give me some stability. How have I been finding him? I mean, he sets up... He's a decent setup. I haven't used him an awful lot, Costas, because his gearing is still really inconsistent. I need to finish the optimization of his build. My pinpoint is not great. I'm guessing we're going to have the event dungeon come back with pinpoint for the Christmas period. Taking a while. So here now, for example, I don't have to worry about his aura because it's only void. Right? But I do have to worry about a normal aura. So Mikage is probably on the ban list right now. We're basically going for as much sheep protection as we can. I would have gone probably more for like Fenax, but Affinity on Armans, because I know I'm going to have to ban the Mikage. Okay, it's a very strong possibility I don't go first now because of the Arbiter pick, but... Oh, we... 50-50, basically. I don't think I'm going to be fast enough, though, because I think his Arbiter is going to get the 40% aura. Oh, wait, why did he not use Odin's aura? Should have used Odin's aura. That was stupid. That was silly. Now we're going to basically do this. Now we're going to do that. That. Try to strip some buffs. Oh, look at that. The power of Lamassu there. I mean, it's kind of annoying that you have to use an A3 to turn meter boost to get your intercept, because you actually want to use it after he's done his ability. So ideally what we want to kind of do is go Shu Zhen A2 into Marius to do his first ability, Lamassu then A3s to make Marius go again. before they take a turn. That's ideally what you want to do. But she is super good, Lamassu. I'm looking forward to using her in Arena once I've got her booked up and everything. In Hydra, sorry. Once I've got her booked up. At the moment, I'm just waiting for her to be booked up, so... But I'm hopefully going to get a soul for her as well. I need a soul for her as well. And I'll probably go for... Honestly, I think for a soul... I might throw in Cruelty. Because she is an AoE A1. This is really good as well. Each debuff placed by this time decreases the target's turn rate by 5% and permanently decreases the resistance and accuracy. So the more I do this and the more I do this, it's really good. So, but there we go. Anyway, guys, I am going to leave it there. We did do a little bit of a playtest for Skeletor. Honestly, a little bit disappointed with him. I am a little bit disappointed with him. He'll go to the vault, probably. He might appear in some Amia stages, I guess. Potentially. But I don't know, you know. To me, he just lacks a little bit of... Like, it's just end game stuff he's not going to be very good at, I think. Could be. Yeah, maybe something useful in Chimera, potentially. I mean, it depends what you need for the trials. That's what's cool about the trials, right? If there's a trial that needs some sort of, like, you need to steal so many buffs, potentially good. And he is a single target boss, so it's going to help you in that area, right? He suffers the more targets there are. We'll see. I haven't covered He-Man because I'll probably cover him in another topic. Like, he needs a bit of a math breakdown, and my brain can't handle math at this time of night. So, but yeah. We're nearly finished on this. What do you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 more days, basically, of this. And then Centranos is complete. Fully complete, which is nice. Have I got a Hydra key quest today? Probably. Oh, no. Good. Excellent. Nothing interesting in the Soul Merchant ever. All of my Eternal Essence is being saved from Marius at the moment, pretty much. So, He-Man the Mercenary. Let's look at how rare is 5 back to back. Well, it's easy. It's like 0.99 times 0. Oh, is it 0.01? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a long number. Right? This is basically that times that times that times that times that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the odds is that. Zero 0.000000001%. Oh, is it sacred chance? Oh, hang on. What was sacred? 12%. Okay. 0.002%. 0.002% chance. 0.025%. 0.0025% chance that you get 5 legendaries from 2 times sacred in a row. Right, because you have to roll 12% 5 times. So the sequence has to be that. Well, yeah, well, I mean, you can just basically do this. 1 divided by... It's exactly what I just did, Marshall. Just 1 in 40,000. Yeah, 0.0024%. Yeah. What's the likelihood of 3 mythics from remnants? One in 64,000. To get 3 in a row. Now, if you wanted to figure out how much it would take to get a mythical, like, it's a bit more complicated to work out, but you need a lot. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, tomorrow, for example, we're going to have 1% mythical rate. Right? So it's obviously average 1 in 100, but the odds of me getting... What have I got? 1 divided by 26, right? This is like a 3.8% chance, I think, that I have of getting a mythic tomorrow. Could be wrong. I can't do more probability. That's the extent of my probability tonight. No more. I got 26 primal shards. If I push crazy in live arena, I could probably get another primal shard, which I probably will do. I'll try to push more live arena fights to see if I can get like some more wins, but it'll be tough. I don't think I'm getting... I think I've already got primal quartz from this, so that's done for... where else do we get primal quartz? Any events? No. No. Already got it from Chase. Don't think I can get it from anywhere else. Yeah, I got the last quartz in the Dungeon Divers. I don't know if tomorrow's going to have it. Let's have a look. Dungeon Divers. Doesn't say it's going to have quartz. So the Dungeon Diver is probably not in quartz. So there's no places I can really get quartz from. So we got 26 in a dream. 26 in a dream. I would really, really, really like... I mean, I should want a Crixia, but I actually kind of want one of these. Not that one. Nell or... I kind of want either Nell Arbeus or... What's the other one that I wanted? No. Gizmak. There we go. Nell Arbeus or Gizmak is the one that I would want. I wouldn't be upset with an Alaz, and I wouldn't be upset with a Angry Dwarf. Because at least they unlock a lot of Centranus. So, these are the ones that I think are trash that I don't want. I don't want Nice. I don't want Toshiro. I really don't want Ophidius. I don't really want Calamitous. I don't really want Commodus. I don't mind Ashnar. I don't want the Chicken. Mesamol's okay, but I got Fenax. I just feel like it's an upgraded Fenax. Definitely don't want the Chicken. And I don't really... I mean, Siegfried would be fine, but I don't really care for Siegfried. I don't really care for Androck. Don't really care for Galathir either. I don't think Galathir is as OP as he was anymore. Yeah, because you can do some fun stuff with Ashnar. Each active HP burn debuff placed by this champion increases HP burn debuffs placed on allies heal them. He's pretty good into a certain fiery demon spawn right now. Pretty good into a certain fiery demon spawn. So I wouldn't mind. He's not the worst. But yeah, the ones I definitely don't want are Nice, because I think he's trash. I definitely don't want Toshiro, because Hydra, who gives a damn. I definitely do not want Ophidius, because he's a glorified HP burner. Calamitous, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind him, actually. He's not terrible. He's a good feral occupier. He's not something I wouldn't want him, but I wouldn't be upset. Commodus, I think, is trash. I don't want him. Gallius, I think, is trash, and I don't want him. Mesamol, I think, is average for a legendary. Lazarus would be fine. Gizmak, I think, is one of the best mythicals, if not the best mythical in the game. Alaz, annoying. The good thing about Alaz is he unlocks a lot of Cintranos. He's used in a lot of the really awkward ones. That would be helpful. Siegfried, I just feel like is a bit... He struggles into Stone Skin and Reaction. Galathir, I think, is getting power crept, and I don't think is as good anymore, so... Why is Nice trash? Because Marius. Marius counters Nice. Yeah, but, like, Marius is the best champion in the game. So it's like saying he's good, except for the best champion in the game. And he's subject to Carnage. He's subject to Ronda. He's subject to Ronda, Carnage. He's subject to block Revive. Like, he's not that good. He's an annoying... He's basically an annoying mythical that doesn't achieve any success or outcome. I would never use him anywhere else. Whereas with Nell, I could use her in various different places. With champions like Ashnar, I can use him in lots of different places. With champions like Frolny, I can use him in Cintranos a lot. That's my... that's why I don't rate him. Because I don't think he adds enough value for the mythical options that are available. And I don't rate Commodus because I feel like you are finding success with him because you can abuse with high-end gear. I don't... If you put another high-end champion with him, I think he loses. So... Yeah, this is, like, really, really good. And Frolny can scale and hit really, really hard, so... So Wild King is broken literally. His passive works if someone goes unpreempted damage. What's Wild King? Or Aragaz? His passive works if someone would go under 50% from an attack preempting damage. I don't know what you mean. I'm not seeing... Unless there's some other passive effect. Oh, this. Instantly activates this skill whenever an ally drops below 50%. Instantly activates this. Yeah, this. Yeah, he's good for that. No, it's meant to do it there. Look. 2 faction allies. Instantly activates this skill whenever an ally's HP drops below 50%. Instantly activating this skill will not place it on cooldown. So that's why it's activating. Arbaeus is... I qualify Arbaeus as the sleeper OP. So, you'll never hear anyone say that Arbaeus is the best mythical in the game, but I find her to be the most oppressive sleeper OP one. What are you saying about the passive? The passive doesn't do anything. Allies deal more damage. What's bugged about it? His passive works if someone would go under 50% from an attack preempting damage. What are we talking about? It preempts damage before someone drops below 50%. What preempts damage? Because this passive doesn't do anything other than give more damage. Are you saying that allies with 50% receive 30% less damage? As in... they will drop below 50% and not die. But how do you know it's bugged? Because You would need to know how much HP is remaining to know that. It's not to say it's not possible, because we do have issues with Rotus and Ward of the Fallen, right? Ward of the Fallen reduces with his passive. That's a passive thing. Give you a team to run the Undead Unity with Valkanen. Heracletus. Oh, that was hard. Valkanen. For what content? Without Valkanen, for what content? What content? Arena. So for Hydra, you would go Suzerain Catone paired with ideally Calamitous, but if you haven't got Calamitous, you can use Micheled. Probably a Husk. And then the last pick is optional. You can go for speed in terms of Morrigan, Siphi, or you can go for like effects with Kripken Graal for burns. For Arena, Necrat, Siphi, Heracletes, and then probably Rotus. Yeah, you can use Seeker, but there are better ones. Ostrog's Boneglaive as well is a pretty good shout for Hydra. I've been trying to get one so I can do a video on it. This is really good for Hydra. He's a bit limited. This is really good for Hydra. I've already done Amius. I'm fully complete with the this rotation, so. Heracletus. It's hard to say that thing. Yeah, it's probably just a phasing issue, Thomas. It's not really bugged, to be honest, because it prevents death, I guess. It's on a cooldown as well. I don't think this guy is all that strong. He's good at basically provoking, but I don't think he's as crazy. Does Brogni's A2 build up Freya shield? It will grow any shield, yeah. Yeah, it'll grow any shield. Tribune. Yeah, that's a good one, actually, Bob. It's Tribune. Or the skeleton dude, as I like to call him. So. But yeah, I'm kind of, like, if I was to pick the one mythical that I really, really wanted, it'd probably be Gizmak. He's the one mythical that I think is just utterly unplayable. If Gizmak gets a turn, you lose. You just lose. Because you basically go this into Metamorph, into this, kills an enemy, into Pain Link, unkillable Taunt, and you've basically killed pretty much half the carries. There's nothing you can do. Kaboom. In my opinion, he's the most unplayable mythical in the game. If he gets a turn. If he doesn't get a turn, you can kill him. No, because Pinpoint. That's why I'm saying he's unplayable now, because Pinpoint. Since the addition of Pinpoint, he's now unplayable because his biggest weakness was getting polymorphed from burn. He never has to worry about that. Right? You need the 4 Pinpoint. You need high damage Pinpoint. But it's okay because this hits kind of hard anyway. So it doesn't really need it doesn't need as much ignore defense because you've already got an aspect of it. So Skeletor for me is an excellent early game champion that you will find limited usage in the end game, but you might find that he's good in places like some Synchronous restrictions, maybe in Amius, maybe in specific Doom Tower bosses, maybe in specific content, maybe even good in Chimera. I don't know. But I think he's been specifically designed to help a new player get into the game and understand like getting brimstone and accuracy stuff. He's kind of like a slightly better Adeline. That's what I would say. I don't think he needs an instant buff, because for what his purpose is, I think he does it pretty well. With Fumor, who is Fumor? Well, this guy. Good Hydra team with him. You're going to want to run Scorid, Lamasu. You might not have Lamassu, but this is what I would... If I had all the champions, I would run Volcanus, Scorid, Lamassu, Carnage. Would be the 4. You can go to Duchess if you want to and drop the Carnage. The Carnage is the optional one. I'd run Scorid as the Hex damage dealer. I'd run Lamassu as my block buffs, decrease attack. And I'd run Volcanus there, and then it's optional. You can run Duchess. You can run Assisia if you want more burn activations. I don't think it's worth it because you've got Volcanus. You can run Vassal. This is really, really powerful. Don't underestimate that. You could run a Kaimar if you wanted to. I would say, though, it's probably going to be a choice between Carnage and Duchess for the final spots in a Hydra team. So I don't think it's worse than Adlin because I think it gives you a lot of accuracy that you don't need, right? He's saving you a lot of stats where Adlin isn't, right? Adlin doesn't save you any stats. This guy does because he gives you increased accuracy and decreased resistance. He's also got some arena potential, which Adlin didn't have. What does one do with Quintus? He returns back to the Vault Lord. Yeah, Magma's still an epic, a decent epic nuker. Yeah, he's really good with Vizug. It's what makes him. With Vizug, the new fusion is really, really strong. So... Quintus is still pretty good in a high buff arena meta, though, Josh, right? So if you're fighting up against like a Sify Duchess team, he's still really good into that. It's just you don't find those teams very often. Like, I could probably find a team right now that's built like that. That's got heavy buffs. Let's see. Like this type of team here, right? He's still going to do a pretty good job into this type of team. Let me find the Quintus. Just take that out and put Nacky Nack. I'll let them take a turn. Right, so every buff that goes up on this team now is going to make him stronger. Okay, so this is great for this, right? Because of this passive, every buff they're under, we're dealing true damage. So I can use this if I wanted to like steal buffs. But I can also just do this. It's good into this kind of situation. Right, we're still waiting for Stone Skin and stuff, so that's kind of like where this is a problem. See, very good into this. Because he's good at dealing with these teams. So he's not totally useless, it's just you don't really find these teams around that often anymore. Probably Jag. Of course, we still get polymorphed when we steal buffs, so that's fun. Well, that was fun. Honestly, Ultimate Deathlight's a nightmare. Necrot's in full protection at the moment, but he's a bit squishy. So, let's try that again. There we go. So that's what he's very good at, is fighting into these like high buff teams that are kind of annoying. But when he comes into these speed teams, you know, he can still do a job. He's still an excellent damage dealer. It's just that he's not he's not anything more than another damage dealer. But he specifically excels into a high buff team. High buff team. Yeah, Axion Speed. That's what I would go for. Just Axion Speed. If you can go Protection as well, is pretty good because it's a fast speed set. and it will protect your... You do place a lot of buffs in Mithrala, right? Anyone who places this many buffs, you know, increase attack, increase defense, strengthen, shield, you kind of want to think about protection all the time, because one, you're giving a lot of damage to your damage dealer, raw flat damage, and two, you're basically countering a lot of the negativity things you have in Arena, like buff stealing, buff removal, all that kind of stuff. So like that's why her in protection is great, because I'm throwing out protected block debuffs, protected shields, protected increased defense. It can add up. So Harima would remove the true damage with a passive, right? Yeah. Yes. Probably yes. I would say so. That's probably why that team was struggling specifically into Harima, because of that. Like, we can do it into this one a bit more. Let him buff a bit, I will. Nice polymorph. The other thing about Quintus to remember is his passive works against Poison Cloud. So if you're fighting into Poison Cloud, you will deal 10% of the enemy's max HP every single time you hit them. So it's a kind of a semi-soft use case for dealing with Poison Cloud head, because if you can keep hitting the Poison Cloud head, you will do 10% max HP every single time. So you will eventually kill the Poison Cloud head, which removes Poison Cloud. It's kind of like a soft solution for Poison Cloud. That's what I would say. But yeah, ever since the Hydra change, because he's a multi-hitter, it ruins his damage output a bit. Right, you need burst now. And that's what he doesn't provide, so... Any use case for a double snake track team? No, because I think the passives are unique. Right? I'm pretty sure the double snake track passives are unique. I mean, the reflection isn't. No, that you can do a double reflect. I just think you're basically taking up too much space in your team, so. But there we go. Yeah, a little bit short. It's better for a new player, basically. Short. I think he's great if you're first starting out, if you're in your first month of playing. But I think the moment you start getting into Arena, I just don't think he's got enough power for the current meta. I think he'll have some usage in the right encounters. I just don't think he's going to be universally amazing. Right? He's not like Rathalos, where you can just start blowing up bosses. Brimstone will help. He's not like, you know, Wukong, that he's going to be Arena meta. It's just not going to be the case. I think, personally, I think they regret Wukong. I think Wukong is too powerful for a starter champion for their liking. They much prefer the Rathalos Adelins, where they help new players. I don't think they like giving the power of Wukongs in new champions, because it's too meta-defining. Every team has become Ultimate Death Knight Wukongs, and it's caused a bit of negativity, I think. So that's why I think the recent login champions have kind of avoided those types of power curves. My Teox team in Hydra's dead. I'm killing it. I'm not using Teox in Hydra anymore. It's dead. So... I mean, they did. Yeah, you're not wrong. But you know what I mean? I think they regret making that strength. So... yeah, our attack is pretty good, though. I agree, Bob. I think they probably undercooked his progression power. But I also think they probably had to tie it in a little bit with the theme. So because he's a skeleton, because it's Skeletor, he has to put petrification. I think they were trying to basically keep some of the theme tied in. So I can appreciate that angle. You know, just like He-Man, they've kind of tried to keep the theme in with all the power. I actually don't think He-Man is very good, personally. I know there's been some videos put out there and people think he can hit really hard. I think he's just an average damage dealer. This ignores stone skin buffs, which is great. Right? But it's not going to give him an extra turn. He's going to kill one enemy. What about the rest of the team? What happens when you revive it? I don't really think it's that powerful. I'll probably pick him up at an opportune moment, but I don't think... I personally don't think he's that good. And his damage numbers prove that, so... I think he's just a glorified damage dealer. So... You know, because, I mean, the thing is, I can queue this up, and if I get it to, like, 300%, it'll be the hardest hitting ability in the game, but I could have just used this ability twice in the same time period. So, the thing about this ability is you have to assess it over the progression of time. It's a DPS check. It's not a damage check, it's a DPS check. Could I have used 2 of this ability, or 2 of someone else's ability in the same amount of time it's taken me to get this bonus multiplier? If so, then you have to aggregate his damage out, right? So if I can use, say, imagine I can use 2 Marius A2s in the same time it takes me to get this up to the same power strength as 1 Marius A2. Well, it's not very good then, is it? And I'm not saying he's bad, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying he's overrated. I think he's, like, I just don't think he's that good. I just don't think he's bad either. I think he's just a damage dealer. But, like, you're not going to use him to conquer any content. And if you're in, like, if you're in Drock's tier of arena, he ain't doing anything. Right? He's not killing reaction stone skin champions. He's going to get absolutely demolished. And if you're in... And here's the thing, right? If you're in normal arena tier, does he do anything more than an average damage dealer, right? Is he going to out-damage Quintus to the point that he's better than Quintus? So what I mean by that is, if Quintus one-shots it, why do I need him? This is always the problem a little bit with damage assessments. It's like, as you get higher up in the arena, you need the damage numbers, but in the lower tier, he's going to do it as good as any epic in the same gear quantity. But when you get into the higher tier, can he do it at the highest levels? And I don't think he can. It's my argument with Commodus, for example. You know, I know people think Commodus is really good and a lot of the high-end people use him. Yes, because they're able to put a lot of stats into him. They pump him full of HP, which mitigates his bad multipliers. If you actually put him down into a lower tier, Gaius is a better bomber than he is. Right? Other bomb champions will output more bomb damage. But because they're able to manipulate the stats to a point that makes him really, really, really strong, because you put the best gear on him, he becomes a better bomber than Gaius because he's tanky. But for most people, they can just use Gaius and it will perform more efficiently. So... No, I use this as an example, ULX. I'm not saying Marius specifically. What I'm saying is, if I take this ability, which I need to stack buffs, and I compare it to, say, another good AoE damage dealer. It could just be someone as simple as, like, Lazarius or anyone, really. Like, anyone who's good at doing AoE damage. We could even pick someone like Narcissus A2, right? Without the shield buff. What I'm saying is, by the time that I've scaled this damage to the point where it hits hard enough, could I have basically done more of the other A2s and defeated the overall damage, right? 3 usage of an ability compared to 1 usage of a 500%. That's what I'm trying to say is comparison. And I don't think this has enough damage to do that. I think it's better that you can basically use it more times, which means that the 500% is a fantasy you'll never achieve. Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. Shaddox kind of nailed it. That basically you don't need to work hard to do something else. So, yeah, but I think most champions would, Pico. The damage assessment I did was based on, I think, 5 buffs, and it put him at around about position 100. Because, to be honest, you're probably not going to get more than 5 buffs on him. Like, I'd imagine Drock's video... He's probably put him in gear that most people can't get, but I'll see. Maybe he didn't. You find Big Papa Drock.
damage rock back with another a little bit more. Use it and allow.
Do you want to see the speed? Yeah, Hell Smasher.
Uses at least over the standard Savage set right now. Funny enough, I actually could build him a 9-piece Merciless, and if additional damage.
I mean, it's still a strong build for an average player without blessings. It's what, you know, let's have a look at this. Let me pause the music.
She's going to be missing here, but for a...
Right, let's have a look at this. So it's still a pretty big build for someone who doesn't have a blessing on it. A lot of people in chat right now are probably not going to be able to get these kind of numbers.
+1, 1-star He-Man. I don't think this is too shabby whatsoever. I had the Hell Hades optimizer cook up the strongest possible He-Man version for me. You'll also notice his base stats pretty weak.
Yeah, see, his base stats are quite weak. And that's an important thing to remember. The weaker the base stats, the more Drock's gear is actually lifting this up quite a lot. He's also got empowerment on him. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. We got full faction guardians. We've got empowerment. We've got 4K. You know, it's
like
pretty big.
Attack isn't anything special. 991 defense is very on it. Triple crit damage, crit rate, speed, and attack. Speed, crit rate, attack, crit damage. We are in Savage, like I said. Speed, triple crit damage, HP, crit rate, speed, attack percentage. This is such an interesting piece on Righteous, but I couldn't get rid of it with a triple crit rate roll. Like, yeah, I got to keep that one.
Every single piece of his gear is fully ascended and triple rolled. So, you know, I'm not, by the way, this is not any hate on Drock. I love Drock. I think he's great. But I'm just saying, like, for the average player with He-Man, yes, it seems like a decent build because you're not seeing the mythical numbers, but this is because he's put his gear before you've put the blessings on, where you're comparing, I'm comparing him to, like, well, what if I put a blessing on him against other champions?
So they do have a broken set here. Crit damage with damage, amulet with a crit damage ascension.
You know, this is probably his, like, best average gear.
Need to get more buffs, just how powerful it can be. But we're gonna start.
Okay, so 1 buff,
with the
2 buff.
So okay, we've already gotten 2 buffs on him. I need to use increased attack here on
3, 4 buffs. So we got 4,
so we'll use
40%.
We've gotten 4 buffs on him. That's cool. Good to know. We will reset here.
How much setup we having to do?
Great. We can get some more buffs on him. Instant turn. Okay.
Okay, 5, 6 buffs.
Buffs don't matter for the A2, but let's just see what it can do. Slow it down. A2 is the stone skin killer, the ignore stone skin. Really hope this.
What wave are we on here?
408 buffs.
Stage 23. I mean, okay, pretty solid. These are some of the. I mean, it's normal mode. It's not hard mode. The dragon normal mode stages are pretty squishy.
Champion is nuts. 1. Boop. Oh, what in the world?
I mean, my Fanax can do that.
Oh, they have made his damage filthy. They have made his damage absolutely filthy. Wow, hold on. What?
So he's got a lot of buffs. I don't know if any of these have got protection bonuses. Let's compare him to our God, Lord, Savior, Fanax, shall we? Let's just compare him to Fanax. So he's basically running Shuzhen. Lydia. I have no idea if any of these guys are in protection, which obviously would affect his damage output. I think that's fine. So he's hitting like 400k. I mean, he's not hitting that much harder than my Fenax. My Fenax right now is a lot weaker build than that. So he's on par with Fenax's A1 at the moment. Okay. You want him to be stronger than Fenax?
What in the world? Does it say? Oh my god.
I mean, I disagree with the high-end crazy gear. Every single piece that he's got has got a triple roll. Okay, it's not necessarily quadra rolled, but it's fully ascended gear. It's just not showing crazy stats because he hasn't got a 6-star soul on it, and it's not +4 ascended, right? And he's prioritized stats over speed. I'm just saying, he's basically lifted. If you try to lift his speed, his base stats are going to punish him.
Champion is nuts. This champion is insane. Oh, I can't wait to get him in a ring. That production, which Taurus indeed does have. Okay, we're already a sheep. Off to a good start. See if we can kill here with the A1. This should be a double hitter. Dude, what the hell? That A1 is so filthy. That A1 is filthy.
So can he get through a terrace is the question.
He's self-buffing here. I don't know if there's reaction on this Taurus. Let's just see.
Didn't get through a terrace.
What? On a Taurus? What? What? Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
Is he still in the same build here?
Man.
Yeah, he built that up a lot.
The A1. Wait, does he have? Can he kill off of the rip with the AoE? Yes, he freaking can. Holy crap! Right off the rip.
Does he win though? Odin's gonna get him.
Now, is that the smartest thing to do given this team? No.
Yes. This is what I'm trying to say, is actually when you get up into the top meta, he's got no chance because he doesn't hit hard enough. Doesn't break stone skin. Boom.
Crazy.
Advert. But like I said, it's not negative against Big Pop Drop. I just don't think his damage is viable because when you start getting into the absolute pinnacle of Arena, you're going to need something more than that. So, yes, but I'm trying to say, like, once you put him into the meta, you're not able to misplay it. He's not going to be able to pump the same numbers when you start putting it in against these mythical dudes. I can't remember what his A1 actually does. So you only get the extra hit if they're from the corrupted. So if you don't get it, Fenax outdamages him. Right? Because you have to have it from the corrupted. Now, that's a very wide pool of champions. But if you're not running any corrupted, his A1 will not hit anywhere near as much as Fenax. And Fenax's A1 is going to happen every single time there's a debuff. So that's just one point. This is great at getting rid of one target stone skin. But what happens when all four of them are in stone skin? What are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, yes, Bob, but you got to understand, like, my stats are the same, if not less. I have 1,000 less attack than he was testing and only about 12% more crit damage. Yes, the rend would have had an impact, but not the stats. The stats are worse than that. And keep in mind as well that Fenax only gets all of his attack from attack, whereas He-Man gets it from both HP and attack, so the multipliers would be different there. This obviously helps him a lot. The more buffs you can stack up will boost his damage here. Like I said, I don't think he's like crazy, crazy bad. I just don't think he's anything more than a straight damage dealer. That's my problem with him, right? I think he's just an average damage dealer. He hits really hard, but then I've got about 20 different champions. Let me just go through my roster now that I can say hits really hard. Carnage, on his alternate form, hits really hard. Garrel, on her alternate form, this ability hits really, really hard. Fushan on the A1 hits really, really hard if he rolls it. Trunda's A3 hits really, really hard. You know what I mean? These are... I could go through my whole inventory. This is an 8 times multiplier. It hits really, really hard. Marius. Narcissus A2 when it double hits. Hits stupidly hard. When this double... When I get the 200% damage bonus, hits really hard. Teox. 16 times multiplier. Hits really hard. So when I'm looking at new champions coming into the game, I'm like, does it do something that other champions can't do to then elevate them up to that S tier? I think he's just a very good damage dealer. You know, for example, he can't do this, can he? %100% true damage. I mean, it's a great deal, honestly. Right? He's a great deal. $40 for a guaranteed champion is very rare in Raid. So if you are a spender, you probably will pick him up at some point. But I think he'll be like Xena. Xena was a great champion. Like, I've got Xena. I've used her from time to time. I don't know where she is. She's here somewhere. Right? I've got Xena. I used her from time to time. But I didn't really use her that much. He-Man will be the same. In fact, I've never fought a He-Man in Live Arena yet. I've not even seen a He-Man built. He'll only be pulled, I think, during those special time summoning events, you know? So... like, Garog's damage, I think, is comparable to... I think this is comparable to He-Man a little bit. A little bit. Without too many buffs. But it depends. Like, He-Man, the more you buff him, the more buff protections you put on him, yeah, he will hit hard. I just don't think he's going to hit anywhere near as... I don't think you're going to find as much consistency because he's a bit too limited in terms of features. All he does is damage. He doesn't do anything else. So, I mean, he's certainly better than Skeletor, for sure. I don't even think he's better than most nuclears, is he? Like, Taras is going to massively out... Like, it's basically like saying Taras... like, he can out-damage this. Like, this is so much easier to set up. And I know they're all Void Legendaries, but, I mean, most of the endgame meta is Void Legendary. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not trying to say you're not going to get a good value out of getting him. Like, Thor's A2 is going to hit more damage than his is, and you're going to get more consistency out of Thor's A2. I think we actually I think Nub Raids ran a test on it, and he basically determined that Thor did more damage in Hydra than He-Man. Right? I mean, I don't even know what Xena's ratings are. Let me have a look. I wonder how he compares to Xena. So Xena, if there's 3 buffs on the enemy target, she's basically position 127. And then if I look at He-Man Raid... No, in Nub's test it wasn't, I'm sure. It's not what he sent us anyway when I was talking to him. The test he sent us when I was talking to him was... he gave me numbers here. He tested a Thor 5-star Nature's Wrath. Did 162 million. He tested a He-Man with slightly worse gear. Was 116 million. A lot less. 30 million less. So Thunder, Thor was 162, He-Man was 128. You were thinking about HH. Yeah, when Hell Hades tested him, he got a lot better, but Hell Hades was a better build. Nubs tested his Thor versus it. And yeah, there's a 5-star difference. Sure. There is a 5-star difference, but I don't think 5-star is going to overcome the damage, right? Like, 5-star's probably going to give him 30% more damage. So... right now, Xena's A3 is at 110,000. He-Man's at 134,000. The A2 is at 121,000. And if I compare it to, say, let's just say Rotus, right? Because you could do this on the website. This is running an algorithm. That assesses champions based on their base stats. Okay, this is based on their base stats. So it's not like I'm trying to rig the system against him. This is based on stats. Rotus is A3, 168,000. Rotus is A2, 207. He-Man. This is based on 5 buffs. So this is based on his passive being fully stacked. And it's based on his... I think I've done the arena rating based on his passive getting 5 buffs and having 5 buffs on I Have the Power. So it's a 5-5. Whereas Clan Boss is based on fully stacked passive. Like, obviously, if you can get the passive going, yeah, it's absolutely going to hit really hard. It's great. It's a good damage dealer. But, like, if I compare it to Teox... you know, Teox is like 350k. It's like almost 3 times as strong. He's not competing with Teox, right? So, yeah, in Hydra, I've rated him the same as Clan Boss, right? You'll see in Hydra. But the problem is Hydra, on the A3, he gets AoE penalty. So he's getting an AoE penalty here, right? It's going to reduce his damage. How does it rate to Wukong? Here we can check. All of these are based on 30% ignore defense as well. Wukong is 197k versus 134. Yeah, but Teox with cracking roots does way more damage. Right? Yes, okay, this ignores Stone Skin, but this doesn't. So you kill one person, great. You've killed one person with Stone Skin, which could be the main support carry in the team. It could win you the fight. Absolutely. But you still got to kill 3 other people. You're probably not going to win. Because they're probably going to cut in, right? What do you have to do when you have to kill both Odin and Armans and the Reviver? Who do you prioritize? Whereas with Teox, I can use cracking roots. I can burn away the Stone Skin. I've got AoE. I can stage it. I've got just far more raw damage output. Sun Wukong's A2 here is this. If we compare like Taras, I really need to get the league table for the damage done here. Taras is A3, actually only 140, but again, it's because I'm only doing it on 3 buffs. So this is only calculated on 12 buffs because I'm trying to do a reasonable assessment. So I'm trying to go, okay, it feels reasonable that you would have 3 buffs in arena on 4 people, so 12 buff multiplier into this constant pressure. Obviously we know, but I mean, I actually need to fix his A2. His A2 is broken. I need to figure out what happened here. Something went a bit wrong with Taras's A2. Yeah, he's pretty good. Little Miss Annie's probably number 1. But Little Miss Annie's mathematically the best, but much harder to achieve. That's the problem, right? This is great. It's just very difficult to achieve. Number 3. So. But yeah, my personal opinion on him is he's a great champion to do damage. So if all you need is a very specific damage mode, great. I just don't think he's... I suppose what I'm most frustrated at is this ability, you're never going to realize its potential. You're just never going to realize its potential. Because you're not ever going to find a moment in time where you're going to be able to stack this to any sort of meaningfully high number. You could have a gimmick moment where you basically stack up all 500% and do like 1 billion damage or something. But it misleads players. I've seen a lot of people put videos out there saying, look, I hit for 3.5 million. I'm like, yeah, but you could have also done this ability twice and hit for 3.5 million. Or I could have used Narcissus A2 3 times and hit for 3.5 million. Rage of the Nephilim is at number 15 at the moment. There's no way you get 200% Pico. It's ridiculously hard. You'd have to have applied 20 buffs on his A3 on a 3-turn cooldown. You're not applying 20 buffs to him because he's not gonna be able to reset them long enough. Like, you'd have to basically fully reset his buffs 3 times. I just can't see that's happening. Because you'll place, like, you know, let's imagine. Unless you've got a strategy with continuous heals. That would be the only way you can do it, like Senna. Senna, I think, is the only one that could potentially abuse this. If you're doing that, then yeah, fair enough. But otherwise, you're not going to be able to replace the durations. So... Right, okay, well, that's different. You're abusing the system. I get what you're saying, right? Okay, you're basically manipulating it so that he's becoming the mischief target. He loses them. All right, that's not a bad idea, actually. It's kind of clever. It's kind of clever to do that. It's risky, though, because if you lose too many of those buffs, then you get one shot by something, right? It is risky, but it does work. But you see what I mean? If you didn't do that, you'd find it very difficult because you've got to wait for the buffs to lose their duration. So by the time you get back around to your A3, it's being available, you might as well just use it. No, you have to physically replace the buff Control Freak. So it has to replace a duration. They mentioned this in the Raid Digest. You have to physically replace the buff with a longer durational power. So it can go from like 25% to 50% increase attack. It can go from 1 turn to 2 turn, but you can't increase its duration. That's not replacing the buff. That's extending it. So, but like I said, like he's like for $40, you will never get a cheaper, more powerful legendary. Okay, you could spend $200 and basically get yourself this, you know, fantastic version of a legendary champion called Cracklin, which absolutely has no purpose in the game, and I don't even know why they added him. So for a small price of $40, I think he's a great option. Especially if you're a new player, right? That's what I'm saying. If you put it next to Skeletor and you get him and Skeletor, your new player account is a great place to get started. But I'm looking at it from like, okay, how does he compare against a whole field of damage dealers? And he's pretty okay. You know? So I'm not arguing that it's not a good purchase, but I also don't think people are going to suddenly... Like, it's a bit like Xena. If you didn't get Xena, are you, like, missing out? No. If you didn't get Armand's, are you missing out? Yes. That's the difference I'm trying to say. If you don't get He-Man, you're not going to go, I can't play this game anymore. Whereas when it was like people like Armand's, I'm like, it's pretty hard to play the game without Armand's. And same with Mythicals, right? Not getting a Mythical, it's pretty hard to play Arena without some form of Mythicals. Like, without having Marius, it's really hard to play Arena. I couldn't imagine going into Live Arena Gold 4 without at least something like Marius on my roster, where He-Man isn't necessarily going to win me that fight. He might bring enough damage, but he's not going to be the reason I win. Narcissus is another kind of example. Like, Narcissus Ancora for a very long time was a big part of the Arena meta. What about Farmer with a mischief tactic? I tried once, the poor guy, and managed to get him hit for 6 million. Yeah, you can. You can get him scaling infinitely, can't you? Yeah, that's a fair point, Wraith. Like, I mean, I don't think you can get it to a crazy amount. Like, what's the most you can get it? Let's see. He-Man. He-Man's multiplier is 3.5 times attack with 0.2 times HP. So, if you plug it all in, like, let's just say... Right, let's just say it's like 3.5 times attack. And what do we say his multiplier was? 0.2, okay. So let's just say, for happens sake, he's got 7,000 attack, 350, 300% crit damage, and I don't know, like 55,000 HP, okay. We could use Drock's video if I've still got it open. I don't think I've got it open anymore, but let's just say these were the numbers, okay. Now he's gonna get 50% of that. Right, and then he's gonna get like another 50% of that. Okay, so an in-battle number, it should be these two, right? That should be the in-battle number with 300% crit damage. So let's just put this for the sake of this. So on a basic damage level, we're going to go this times this plus that times that, right? I think that should be right. I always like to do that. Brilliant. And then it's going to do times this. Okay, so now let's just assume some multiplier basic stuff here. Let me get my spreadsheet open, which was when I was doing Trunda math. Right, let's just assume all these multipliers. Okay, so we can't assume Nature's Wrath because he doesn't debuff. Okay, so unfortunately he's not going to have that. Let's assume Decapitation, Weaken, Mastery, 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 Books. Let's say he's got Feral. Let's say you've put 4 buffs on Protection set. Let's say you've got a Feral buff out. Let's say you've got Gurptuk buffs. And let's say you've got... let's say it's a 500% passive. Okay. So we're going to multiply all of these. I need to do these 1 plus 1. So we're basically going, what's the maximum kind of insanity we can do? 10, 11, 12... 13. Keep in mind, getting 50 buffs is hard. It's a lot of delaying. There's no guarantee that you're ever going to get this in a single fight because the heads might respawn by the time you get to your buff count. Right? If they're dead, they're not stealing your buffs. So you need to place 50 buffs. And you need to track this. Right? You need to be aware of how many buffs you placed on him. Okay, so that's all the damage numbers there. Brilliant. Let me just check I've done everything correct. Yes. Okay, so now we need to basically put it through some damage reduction. Let's just say it's got a 40% damage reduction. Okay. It's going to hit for 3 million. That's with a passive of 500%. Without the 500%, it's at 500k. So this is with Gurptuk, Feral, Protection, Feral, Books. I don't actually know how many books he's got. I should check that. Yeah, 20%. Masteries, Weaken, Decapitation. All of these multipliers added, including crit damage, including increased attack, including 400, so basically 300% crit damage, including 82,000 health, it's going to hit for 3 million on a decapitated head. Have I got too many B9s? I do. Thank you. This is on a build in Hydra. This is the math. If this is assuming you have 40% damage reduction, right? On the target. This is what it shows. Let me find let me find Mr. Hell Hades' video, and I'll compare the builds.
So this is a World of Warcraft.
Okay, so he had 6, 4. Wait, am I on the right one? Okay, there's 2 videos. I'm on the wrong one. Because he got a 6-star soul. That's gonna make a big difference. Yeah, so he's actually got 7,554. 57,891 and 377, so 477. Wait. In Hydra, it's actually going to be 58228 7613 480. Okay, so we're going to get 1.5 times attack. We're going to get 1.5 times HP, and then we're going to get 1.5 times attack again, right? So increase attack buff plus the passive. Increase the passive for the health. And then it's 0.2 plus that, okay? And I'll make sure that it's calculated correctly. Okay, so his hit should be 3.8 million with decapitation, weaken, all the masteries, books, if he's got 20% from feral, 20% from protection, 10% from feral, Gerp tuck, and 500% passive. Let me take it to Hydra. I mean, he has got Crushing Rend. So if I really want to test it properly, I need to get my let me get the correct ignore defense. What Hydra difficulty are in here? Yeah, what difficulty did you take it into? Not helping. Okay, he's going to have increased crit damage buff as well, so that needs to be 480 plus 30%, so 510. Okay, now I need to know what difficulty you're in, so I can figure out what... I mean, he's probably hitting true damage. He's probably hitting true damage. Let's just say he hits true damage because he's got Crushing Rend. Yeah, 6.7 million. But there's a 10% range, right? So you can either get... that's 0%, but you can also get 10 or minus 10. Okay, so it can either be that times this. So it should be rolling somewhere between this range. Assuming his setup is done, right? Now, obviously, he's got... probably... I'm just trying to see what he's got available up here. So he's got Airstrid, Gizmak, Siffy. So he's probably got some protection buffs up. I don't know how many of these are protected. The head has got Decapitation, Suffering. Let's have a look. What is he going to hit for? So he's hitting for this. $7.4 to 8.6. I'm assuming he fully stacked it up. Right? I'm assuming he fully stacked it up. So the question mark becomes, how many of these buffs are protected? Does he tell me? Probably not. Did he have any protected buffs? Yeah, he's got Crushing Rend, which is why I've assumed it's true damage, yeah? I'm assuming it's true damage now. But I mean, he hasn't got Gurptuck buffs, so that should be 0%. He hasn't got Feral, probably, so it should be 0%. I don't think Feral's in this team, so that should be 0%. So I don't understand how it's doing 500% more damage, because this build shouldn't be doing it. So there must be some other thing I haven't accounted for. Let's have a look. Because this is the number it should be doing. So I'm a bit at a loss to understand where this extra damage is coming from. Yeah, the passive's down here. There's someone else in the team making it do more damage, basically. Or he's just on a, like... I mean, I've got to do in true damage. It doesn't really matter what difficulty it's on at the moment. So got Siffy, Archer, Gizmak, Airstrid. None of those would be giving a secret passive of damage. Something's not calculating. Well, I'm assuming it's true damage. I'm assuming it's true damage. Yeah, this is his build, right? That's his build in Hydra. So I basically said, okay, well, we're going to get 1.5 times the health, because we're going to get 50% bonus health. Okay. And I've said we're going to get 50% bonus attack, and then we're going to take this attack, and we're going to give it another increase attack. I've got Weaken out. I've got 510% crit damage, which is 410 because he's got increased crit damage. He hasn't got Feral in his team, though. I took Feral out. I'm assuming he's got full protected buffs on him, which might not even be the case. I don't understand. I effectively don't understand how he's producing those numbers. It feels bugged to me, because look, I can see the difference between 0. If I then increase this damage by 6 times, right? It shouldn't be doing what it's doing. No, I checked it. That's what I'm saying. Would the order He-Man passive trigger it? What order He-Man passive? Don't know. There's no other passives here. Book damage is accounted for, 20%. Methinks it might be bugged. No. So the passive will affect the stats, right? So the way that it will work is it has 2 counters, right? Imagine you have counter 1 and counter 2. Every time I buff, it increments. I use counter 2 for stats. I use counter 2 for A3. They are different. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm accounting for the stat counter and I'm accounting for the passive counter. I think he's doing too much. Yeah, look. I'm using these numbers. 3.5, so it's B1 times A1. B2 times A2. And I don't really think it matters what way you put these around, like we can, for the sake of, you know. So we're basically doing that. Then we're adding the crit damage, and then we're adding all of the multipliers. Weaken, mastery. Aura, he's using a speed aura. Decapitation should only be 200%. No, he was using Airstrid speed aura. Yeah, so it should be the 0.5 times the stat he entered in battle with. So the stats are being done correctly. I'm just saying the numbers don't add up. Because a fully stacked up passive in his setup should only be hitting 3.5 million. Yeah, I'm looking at his team. So we're literally looking at his team here. As if he's in Hydra, right? He's done it from the team builder. So it includes all area bonuses. I'm copying his exact build. So, even, and I'm doing it in true damage. So, I'm even calculating a true damage. And I'm also assuming he's got 4 protected buffs in this team. It's bugged. That's what I'm trying to say. It seems bugged. Yeah, look, this is true damage, right? I'm going attack multiplier plus HP multiplier plus crit damage here, which ignore this is a 0%. Nature's Wrath, you can't have it. Decapitation, I put the 200% in, B10. B11, I put decapitation in, sorry. B12, I've put weaken in. B13, I've put masteries in. 16, I've put his books in. I've not included Feral. I've included 4 protected buffs. I've not included Feral. I've not included Gurptuk, and I've included his passive at 500%. That should be producing 3.5 million. Exactly, Pico. Do you see why I'm... Maybe this is why I was saying it. Doesn't matter, look. I can do this just to make sure. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Now it makes more sense. Now it makes more sense because I'm currently estimating on in Hydra. I think I put him at 5.5. Let me check. Okay, he isn't bugged. That's better. This is why you shouldn't do late night math, people. This is why you should never do late night math. Let me check. I'm pretty sure I did it on I think I did it on counter. I just need to check what I set his numbers at. I set it at 10. Okay, so I set this at 10 buffs, so it should be 100%. And then obviously Hydra, you're going to have a penalty of like 0.9 times 0.9 times 0.9 times 0.7 because of Hydra. And I didn't include protection sets. I include books, masteries. I don't include weaken. I'm basically reversing my calculation in Hydra to make sure that my math is correct. These numbers won't match. So yeah, so this is why my base ratings are not doing that, okay? So if I put it all back in. So if we fully stack it up to 500% and we put Gurptuk, right, which we said was 45.6%, and we put Feral in, say like we put Feral in, say like we put Decapitation, Nature's Wrath. Yes, it's insane, right? If you wait, it's insane. That's really what the max potential should be if you're hitting true damage. And this obviously is with the Suffering Head as well. Oh wait, let me put the AoE penalty in because that's important. There we go. That's with the Suffering Head out, hitting true damage. It's not better than Rathalos, Stars Align. Well, it might be. Because obviously this, what you would do then is you would go take this times 0.02, and then you would times that by 9, and then you would do this plus this for Hex. So then you would have that. It's not better than Rathalos. It's not better than Rathalos. Because Rathalos can do, I think 30 million, the Stars Align build was. I don't know if I've still got my math for it. See if I find the arena video. I'm just going back to my video where I did the numbers. It's either going to be close. Average high-end builds. Yeah, no, he doesn't beat Rathalos. Rathalos, we basically had it at 33 million on an AoE. With a build of 6.7k attack, 250% crit damage. So a much smaller build. And the reason why is because his multiplier is stronger. And he gets 200% on top of 200% consistently, plus a 50% weaken. So he doesn't get a multiplier on his stats. He's getting a multiplier on his damage, which is stronger. And you can also put in things like Fury, Ruel if you wanted to, Protection. Comparable, but not better. And Rathalos is so much easier to set up. Yeah, okay, well, let's just do in realistic terms, right? Let's say Pico. This isn't my Wrath calculation. This would be how much it would be, 3.5 million. If it was a realistic one, which would be 200%, right? 8.8 million. This is based on what Pico was saying. The Slayer set is done. I just need to do the video on it. They're not going to change it now. They'll leave it as it is. 8 point is still good. Don't get me wrong. It's pretty good. Like if you scale it up, it's pretty good. But it won't be able to outpunch a Rathalos. A Rathalos will just outpunch him every single time. Because Rathalos is easy to set up. And again, this is what I'm saying. So, this is good. Assuming... This is good assuming that you... wait. But what if you don't wait? right? So what if you just do the A3s? So then it might be only like 100 million. So it's the DPS we're looking at here. And this is probably stronger. But again, it needs everything on decapitation. You take the decapitation away, it goes down a lot. And I'm doing a full... This is a full mock-up, right? This isn't even matching what I tested with Rathalos. If I repeat what I tested with Rathalos with this build, he would have... I'm going to assume... burn passive... And then if I take my... So if I just... So keep the number in mind that we've been having. If I put the damage in for Rathalos that I had, which was 6705. This would be 1. I think that's fine. Yeah, I put an aura on him, but I'll ignore that. Because we didn't put an aura on the other dude. So we got weaken, burn, books. He's got 20%. So if we put the passive and the burn and Gurptuk and Feral and everything, and I put decapitation back on, he's going to hit for 6.93. Let me get my crit damage down right here, which was 350%. Let's call it 350, 360, 380%. And then I need to just check my damage numbers here. Make sure it's all gone through. Boom. Let's just take this out. Crit damage. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just checking. I've covered for everything here. Decapitation. This skill. Do I have this both passives on? I do, yeah. B21, B22. 5 million. Wait, where's my 11 million coming from? Maybe He-Man does. Maybe He-Man does, actually. Maybe He-Man does. Maybe he does quite beat the Stars Align build. And it technically is easier to produce. I mean, I say it's easier. It's not easier to produce the biggest hit, but if you're running on 100%, like if you basically buff him 20 times, he's not. No, he's not, is he? So He-Man needs to basically get about 40 buffs for him to reach the same. No. He-Man needs to hit about 10 buffs. If you buff He-Man 10 times, it should be about the same as a Rathalos A2 with 200%. So, keep in mind though, this assumes true damage. The thing about Rathalos is he doesn't need Rend. Rathalos can do Nature's Wrath, so Rathalos will have 30% on him. Right? So there is a 30% aspect. Let me just revert this. Right, so if I just put HP burn 50, 200%, 30% Nature's Wrath. And like if I try to match up the stats here a little bit. So I'm going to basically, instead of using my numbers before, I'm going to use the same build that He-Man had for Hell Hades. So that it's a fair assessment. Because the build that I put Rathalos in was significantly worse than what we just tested. Yeah, so now we're seeing the difference. Okay, now we are seeing the difference big time. Okay, so if we've got a suffering head, all 4 decapitated, if we did the numbers properly, we would basically say true damage, all 4 decapitated heads are down, all 4 of them have hex. So we're going to basically get this times 4. Okay, this is the AoE hit. Then we're going to have the hex, which is going to be this times 0.02. And then we're going to times that by 9 because we'll hit the hex 3 times on 3 head. Right? That's the way it goes normally. Because basically the first hex will hex the 3, the second one the 3, the third the 3. Actually, it should be 12. What am I talking about? It should be 12. So the total hit for a Rathalos is this. In this same build. Okay. This is the Rathalos hits. We're going to check the He-Man hits. And this is a Rathalos that is on 200% passive with the burn, Gerp Tuck poisons, Feral 2 debuffs out, 4 buffs on him, Feral books, fully stacked Nature's Wrath, and decapitation. Okay, that's the comparison here. We're not using this because we set it to 0. It's the same build as He-Man. Now, if I reintroduce He-Man's build, and I take away this passive, and I put basically, let's say 10 buffs, and take away Nature's Wrath, he's hitting for, so if I do He-Man 10, He-Man 20, He-Man 30, He-Man 40, He-Man 50, right? And we'll do a little bit of a comparison. Okay, so with 10 buffs on the target, He-Man, with his HP multiplier back in, same build, effectively, will do 21 million. Significantly less. Let's increase it to 200%. When does He-Man start winning? 300%. Getting closer, 400%. So a fully stacked weapon does, right? But it just depends on how long it takes you to do it. That's your comparison there. The best stars align moment for Rathalos is going to be 48 million. Okay, that's the benchmark. And it only breaks in at 35 buffs, give or take. Yeah. But obviously, you need to, this is like a very idealistic window of having HP burn and hex on all 4 decapitated heads while Rathalos hits his 5th attack and uses the A2 and the A2's AoE. That's very, very difficult. It's a stars align moment. But the question is, how quickly can you get to 30 buffs on He-Man? I would say it's probably easier to realize He-Man's 30 buffs because you can control it. You can literally just buff him and buff him and buff him. There is a way to do it, Pico. I don't know if you've tried this, and it's continuous heals. Because continuous heals can stack, and you can often apply them and activate them, continuous heals is a potential way for you to abuse it further. Opinion on 9-piece Artak with crit builds. I would not build Artak for damage. I would build Artak when you can build it before, get the turn meter boost, but Artak doesn't really benefit from damage and hit hard enough. But you can build 4-piece Slayer so that you get the turn meter. It's really good. That's what I was thinking, Matt. Yeah, like a Senna combo with He-Man could be very abusive. Yeah, He-Man and Badel could work, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to artificially create this within the same window, right? So you want it to A2, you want it to A1, and then he's going to A3. So you're trying to get as many buffs on him between those, because it's not worth waiting, right? Because even if you've got 10 buffs, he's going to do 21 million damage if they're all decapitated. So it's not really worth waiting. But I mean, if you get it to 50... Yeah, fusion does. I think the fusion does. You can use Galkaba. Galkaba activates it. Where is he? The Sylvan dude, right? He will activate on passive, I think. Look, whenever an enemy under a poison debuff attacks an ally under a shield, instantly activates one poison and also instantly activates a continuous. That's a bit awkward. There's not actually that many that do it, but Stock the Broken is going to be the best one, I think. And Senna. Right, you can filter for it. There's not many that do it. In fact, I have 2 that do it. Oella, for some reason. Don't know how she does it. Oh, if Alton is on the team, you're not going to do that. Wither does, yeah. I think, doesn't one of the Mythicals do it? I'm sure one of the Mythicals does it. What would I pair with Artak? Regen, probably. But yeah, anyone who can like activate and drive. Is it Arbaeus? I know one of them does it. Can't remember which one. No, she doesn't. She places it, but she doesn't activate it. I thought there was another mythical that activates. She places, she doesn't activate. I thought there was one that activated. I could be wrong. Crixia might. I don't think so. Maybe it was Crixia. No. I can't remember. Maybe one of them. Maybe there wasn't another one. I mean, this is why the fusion, I think, is quite good to pick up, because he will activate. Right? So he's going to activate the continuous heals. So if you use him, okay, poisons are not great in Hydra, but you will, you know, you'll get your activator going. And it is a 20% turn meter fill. So it's not terrible. So, yeah. Lady of Ireth. Maybe she... I thought I saw one person activate. Yes, there you go. But it's conditional, so it's not as easy, but... The fusion's the best, to be honest. Fusion, Galkaba kind of works, but only if there's a shield and a poison out, and not all the Hydra heads are poison. You kind of just want buffs that you can cycle through really, really quickly. There's not many of them. Right? There is just not many of them, unfortunately, that you can, like, stack up and consume. Which is a shame. Lightning orbs might be something to consider. I don't know whether a stack of lightning orb counts as an extra buff. Intercept, I don't think extra stacks count. So, and, you know, we don't know what relics we're going to get. Right? We've only seen a very small snippet of all the gemstones and everything. Maybe that further buff can work that we saw earlier in the stream. So, is he capable of out-damaging anyone in Hydra? Yeah. And I think I've always said that, like, the 500% is something that would be the strongest hit in the game if you can stack it up. The issue will be, can you actually... Is it actually worth waiting, or is it just worth doing? And that's where I've been a bit on the fence about it. So I feel like it's not worth waiting for the 500%. You might as well just use the A2. But if you actually get the stars aligning in Hydra, you know, the decapitation bonus, you can scale it super hard. It will hit really, really hard. Even on non, to be honest. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe I need to, you know, I mean, I've assessed his Hydra damage based on... I have assessed his Hydra damage based on, I think, 10 buffs and a fully stacked passive. And it's coming out number 16 in Clan Boss and number 153 in Hydra, because he's getting punished by AoE. the math I've just done there is based on crushing rend. So keep that in mind. Rathalos doesn't need crushing rend. He does true damage. This guy's going to need the rend to be able to hit the ignore defense because he doesn't have any. The moment I apply any form of of damage reduction onto these abilities, the numbers are going to go down, right? If I just go back to this build where we had the full maxed out, where we were doing 63 million, watch what happens when I apply, say, maybe let's just say 40% damage reduction. It almost halves the damage, and now Rathalos wins. Because you just don't have enough to be able to do it. Right, I can basically do a quick analysis here where it's like... if the base defense was... I think 6,589 is Hydra, give or take, that isn't suffering. If I had 50%, he doesn't have any ignore defense. We'll have area bonus of 20, plus rend of 31, so 51. Plus he will have... let's say he has merciless, so 35%. So 35 plus 31 plus 20. The most he can get is 86, and then with Helm Smasher. So let's just assume... right, let's just assume he doesn't hit Helm Smasher, which means he's probably going to reduce damage by 19%. Not on the Suffering, but on the other one. So it's reduced it to 15,000. So if it was the Suffering head, which is like 13,000 defense, it's 33%. But that's with Crushing Rend. If you don't have Crushing Rend, well, this is going to change significantly, right? Because you can only get area bonuses and Helm Smasher and Merciless, right? So it's going to be 35 plus 20 plus 25. So at best, 80%. Ignore defense without the Helms, and that's with Helm Smasher. Let's assume you don't get the Helm Smasher proc. Well, you're only going to get, was it 55%? Now you're facing this against Suffering Head. $21 million. So effectively, if he doesn't have Crushing Rend, he's doing about the same damage he would do with 10 buffs with Crushing Rend if he has 50 buffs. So the Rend is going to be a big deal. Now I can pull the numbers back to when it was like a non-Suffering Head. It would be 46% damage reduction. 34 million. Yeah, I've gone Merciless, not Merciless Cruel. I've just gone standard Merciless. So, effectively, he only beats Rathalos if he has Rend. Otherwise, Rathalos will outdamage him. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have it. That's what this is, basically. 0.46 is the damage reduction of a defense with 6,589 if you were to have Ignore Defense active. Actually, let me double check that. Yeah, if you were to have Ignore Defense active and have 55% Ignore Defense. Right? See you later, Daniel. So if you had 55% Ignore Defense and decreased defense on the target, it would be 46% damage reduction on a target with 6,500 defense, which is roughly what the Decay Head has. So you can see, that's what I'm saying, is the Rend is a big deal. Having a 6-star Rend will make him do true damage. Without it, you can't do true damage. The best you can get to is 85. Yeah, I mean, I could basically pare back the numbers and say, okay, well, what if he doesn't have Nature's Wrath? Which is this, okay? I got that 200% plus 50%. Where's my numbers gone? No more that. 37 million. So Nature's Wrath basically adds about 11 million. So 37 million. Versus... $34 million. But that's 5 buffs, right? That's the full stack. It's only going to do 6 million on 10%, 10 buffs. Sorry, let me 100% that. So going to do 11 million. So Rathalos will output more damage until you get to 6-star. Once you get to 6-star, you're good to go. So I guess the TLDR of everything I've just said there is, he's a great damage dealer for the $40 you have to pay for him. Yes, if you get the stars align moment, you get him fully stacked up, he will absolutely smash Hydra heads. Is he going to be the answer to the arena meta? No. Will he be able to do a job on a number of arena teams? Yes. Is he worth buying? He's not worth buying. That makes sense, right? If you don't get him, you're not missing out. If you get him, you're going to have fun. That's the best way to go with it, I think. That's a good conclusion. Yes, my equation is a bit complex, but there are more simplified equations out there. Would you consider 9-piece Slayer on Mesomol in a build? Mesomol doesn't AoE, so no. Wait, she does on the alternate form though, doesn't she? Yeah, on the alternate form, yeah. 9-piece Mesomol on the alternate form is good. On the base form, no. If you want to use it for the block revive, which I think that's her best value, you go A3 into A2, you don't use Slayer. You use Merciless for that, or you use a better set, you know. But anyway, I'm now going to leave after doing all that math. I didn't plan to do that. I'll catch you guys back on stream on Tuesday. And I will be doing my primal pulls in the morning, so let's hope. Let's hope. Let's hope. Anyway, have a nice evening, guys.